Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Grand Champion Tournament. We have reached the halfway point of the first round. We've been at this for about 3 months now, and we are halfway through round one. The rounds will obviously get faster as we go, but today we are taking a look at three things. We're taking a look at the results from the fourth heat, 1D. We are going to take a look at the current standings as of the end of the first half of the first round. And then we're going to take a look at the matches for the fifth heat of round one, our 1E. I realized that I forgot to turn off the AC and it's going to kick in all over the place. So before we get into the actual 1D results, we have some ties to resolve. And I'm happy to say that all four matches that were tied before are now resolved. First up, we have Super Smash Bros. Versus Pikmin. Super Smash Bros. Has now won with 56% of the vote. Fantastic there. So Super Smash Bros. Will go up against Splatoon 2 in the second round. After that, we have Pokemon Sun and Moon Special Demo Version versus Castle Crashers. Surprisingly, Pokemon Sun and Moon Special Demo Version wins also with 56% of the vote. So it will be going up against Sonic Jam for the Sega Saturn in the second round. We also have the Jackbox Party Pack 4 versus Sonic and the Fallen Star. Sonic and the Fallen Star wins with 56% of the vote. So it will be going up against Sonic Dreams Collection in round 2. And last but not least, we have Super Mario Run versus Table Tennis, and heartbreakingly, to me anyway, Super Mario Run has won with 56% of the vote and will be going up against Sega Sonic Cosmo Fighter Galaxy Patrol in the second round. So this means that the entirety of 1C is now clear, and we can move on to the fourth heat. I can also tell you that there were no ties in the fourth heat, which means we're going to have no leftovers going into the fifth heat, which will be starting as this video goes up. So let's see what we got for our results. First up, we have Kirby's Dream Land versus Undertale Yellow. Kirby's Dream Land wins it with 89% of the vote. I was kind of expecting Undertale Yellow to do better, but I think it would. I think I still need to go back and do more runs of it before it would have had a shot at performing better there. It was a fun run though, and I got to do some silly voices for it. I got to practice my Australian accent. That was a bit of a rough go. Then we have Super Smash Bros. Melee versus Super VHS. Smash Melee wins with 89% of the vote. So Kirby's Dream Land versus Super Smash Bros. Melee in the second round. That's going to be an interesting one. After that, we have Sonic.exe versus Warsong. Sonic.exe winning with 78% of the vote. That one makes perfect sense. We're going to see a lot of console plays fall by the wayside as we go here. We also have Mega Man Extreme 2 versus Fantasy Zone. Mega Man Extreme 2 wins with 78% of the vote. So Sonic.exe versus Mega Man Extreme 2 go against each other in the second round. Two games about essentially rogue computer viruses, essentially. After that, we have Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. I believe this is the 16-bit version for the Genesis versus Warhammer 40K. Is this Bolt Gun? It's cut off a little bit. Bolt Gun. Mean Bean Machine wins with 100%, a clean sweep. And Duolingo versus Rystar. Rystar wins with 89. I think it's Rystar. I really got to look this up. Rystar wins with 89% of the vote. So Mean Bean Machine for the Genesis versus Rystar in round 2. After that, we have Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine for the Game Gear versus Mega Man Star Force 3 Red Joker. And I don't think it's going to surprise people to see that Red Joker wins with 89% of the vote. I think that one's going to be kind of a powerhouse in this tournament. And after that, we have Sonic Adventure versus Mario Golf Super Rush. Sonic Adventure winning with 100% of the vote. So we have Mega Man Star Force 3 Red Joker versus Sonic Adventure in the second round. After that, we have Kirby Planet Robobot versus the Jackbox Party Pack 1. Planet Robobot wins with 100%. Another clean sweep. I'm not surprised at all about that. We also have Earthbound versus Sonic Frontiers. Sonic Frontiers wins with 78% of the vote. I think, broadly speaking, people would say that Earthbound is the better game, but we also covered it for a very short amount of time, and Frontiers was a pretty thorough look at it, twice really. So Kirby Planet Robobot versus Sonic Frontiers, both dealing with cosmic entities there also, up against each other in the next round. After that, we have Kirby 64, The Crystal Shards versus Donkey Kong Country 3, Dixie Kong's Double Trouble. And in that one, Kirby 64 wins a clean sweep, 100%. I would have figured Donkey Kong Country 3 would have done a little bit better than that, but again, I think the streams are by and large, like, other than, like, I don't know, Persona or the Nightmare streams, I kind of feel like most streams are going to perform less well than the franchise plays. I think that's how that's going to generally go, and so far that seems to mostly be the case. After that, we have Snipper Clips versus Outrunners with Snipper Clips winning with 89% of the vote. So Kirby 64 versus Snipper Clips in the next round. Makes sense. Snipper Clips was a pretty memorable little short run there. Outrunners, I honestly could not tell you a single thing about that video off the top of my head. After that, we have Sonic Eraser versus Sonic Rivals 2. Sonic Eraser wins with 67% of the vote. Honestly, I thought it would run away with it even more than that. Sonic Eraser is probably one of the most infamous games that we've had on the channel, so I'm very curious to see where this one goes from here. We also have F-Zero versus Alien Soldier. F-Zero, easy win with 89% of the vote. I think between, honestly, the EVGN episode all by itself should be enough for this one to perform well. I'm curious how the other EVGN ones will go on top of that. But so Sonic Eraser versus F-Zero is going to be a thing in the next round. That should be a strange one to vote on. After that, we have Pokemon Sun. So this is John's actual run, not the demo, versus Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. Yeah, so this is the 2008 Wii game. Pokemon Sun wins with 89% of the vote. No surprise. I think most of the padlocks are going to be high performers. After that, we also have Vose versus Vectorman 2, with Vose winning with 67% of the vote. So Pokemon Sun versus Vose in the next round. Thank you all for voting for my silly little 30th birthday video. We have, after that, Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition versus Mario Party 8. Dark Souls wins with 89% of the vote. I think that makes sense. Again, stream stuff. So Dark Souls 1 was also a streamed thing for Ben. My streamed one isn't even in here yet, I don't think. But I think with it just being Ben hanging out and enjoying some Dark Souls, it was always bound to do pretty well there. After that, we have Mega Man X8 versus Sonic Rush Adventure. Sonic Rush Adventure sweeps it, 100% of the vote. So Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition versus Sonic Rush Adventure in the second round. After that, we have Mega Man X5 versus Shining Force CD. Mega Man X5 wins with 89% of the vote. Pretty straightforward there. I think that one was always kind of going to go that way. We also have Solar Striker versus the Revenge of Shinobi. A little more surprising here. Revenge of Shinobi wins with 78% of the vote. I think part of it just has to do with Shinobi, with Solar Striker being even shorter. It really was just a few minutes of Game Boy gameplay at the start of another, video and series. But Mega Man X5 versus the Revenge of Shinobi going up against each other in the next round. After that, we have The Misadventures of Tron Bonne versus Swan Song. And Tron Bonne wins with 89% of the vote. I don't think that was going to be a surprise to anybody. That was a charming and memorable kind of run in the middle of the Mega Let's Play. And I think everybody kind of likes, everybody's a fan of Tron Bonne. Everybody loves to see more Tron Bonne up in here. We also have Sonic Mania versus Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Shredder's Revenge. Sonic Mania sweeps it, 100% of the vote. I thought it would do well. I didn't think it was going to be a clean sweep, but sadly the Ninja Turtles are out, and the Misadventures of Tron Bonne versus Sonic Mania will be the next round. After this, we have Sonic the Hedgehog 3 versus Resident Evil 4 Remake. And Resident Evil 4 Remake with an upset, I think, on this one. 56% of the vote. Resident Evil 4 will be moving on to the next round, and Sonic 3 will not. I was kind of expecting that the Michael Jackson video might have given it a little bit of extra oomph, but it really comes down to how people gauge that. Like, if people are voting on these based off of the actual gameplay and nothing else, then obviously that video doesn't matter at all. Or, hell, maybe some people think it's an overrated video, I don't know. But either way, sadly, rip Sonic 3. You had a good run of 0 wins, and we're moving on. We have Sonic R versus Rainbow Islands, The Story of Bubble Bobble 2, and Sonic R wins with 89% of the vote. So we will have Resident Evil 4 Remake versus Sonic R in the next round. After that, it's kind of funny. I'm realizing that over the course of the Supersonic Let's Play, we've had Sonic N, Sonic R, and Sonic X. And that's not and those are the full names of those too. It's not like Sonic 2 where it's Sonic the Hedgehog 2. It's just, Sonic N, Sonic R, and Sonic X. We have Kirby's Dream Course versus the Ocarina of Time / Majora's Mask combo randomizer. And Kirby's Dream Course wins with 78% of the vote. This one makes sense to me. Much as fun as the randomizers have been, I think Kirby's Dream Course is definitely a stronger entry, in my opinion anyway, from the Dreamy Let's Play. And so it was going to be an uphill battle that whole time. We also have Super Mario Odyssey versus Starmobile. No surprise here. Super Mario Odyssey sweeps it 100% of the vote. That seemed like an obvious one. So Kirby's Dream Course and Super Mario Odyssey in the next round. The second, it's so funny because in some ways it feels like a lot of the first round votes are kind of gimmies in certain ways. And the second round looks like it's going to be absolutely brutal to vote on. Just a ton of pretty decent series in the mix head to head against each other. So we're going to see how these go. After that, we have Kirby Tilt and Tumble versus Warhammer 40K Shoot His Blood and Teeth. And I don't think this one was going to surprise anyone either. Tilt and Tumble wins with 100% of the vote. It's one of the more infamous, notorious moments on the entire channel. So it doesn't surprise me at all that one won, or even that it swept it. We also have Sonic Schoolhouse versus Ranger X. Sonic Schoolhouse wins with 100% of the vote as well. That one also felt kind of obvious. So Tilt and Tumble versus Sonic Schoolhouse in the next round. After that, we have Kirby's Toy Box versus Little Oni. And Kirby's Toy Box wins with 89% of the vote. That one makes sense. Even as small as Kirby's Toy Box was, I think it was a pretty memorable one just for the novelty of it. And not a lot of people had covered it at the time. I think in some instances we were the first ones to actually get on a few of these games too, from the Kirby's Toy Box collection. So I mean that would make sense to me. And I'm not exactly going to bat for Little Oni. Charming as it was, we didn't play it for long, and it was part of a bigger thing and all that. So Donkey Kong Country versus Golden Axe 2. Donkey Kong Country wins with 89% of the vote. Yeah, it's Donkey Kong Country, man. It's a classic, and we've played it a handful of times, some of which more memorable than others. So Kirby's Toy Box versus Donkey Kong Country in the next set. After that, we have Kirby's Dream Land 3 versus Depths of Sanity. Kirby's Dream Land 3, clean sweep, 100%. Moving into the next round. Similarly, we have Sonic Extreme versus Mario Strikers Battle League. Sonic Extreme wins with 100% of the vote, which is wild considering it's not even a full game. It's a prototype. It's leaked beta test playable footage. But there we go. Kirby's Dream Land 3 versus Sonic Extreme in the next round. After that, we have Capsule Silence 24 versus Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest sweeps it 100%. I'm actually very surprised by that. I thought it'd be a much closer match. So that one's pretty cut and dry. We also have Mega Man 04 versus Sonic Omens. 04 wins with 78% of the vote. So we will have Dragon Quest versus Mega Man 04 in the next round. We also have Sonic Drift 2 versus Shining in the Darkness. Sonic Drift 2 wins with 78% of the vote, which means one of the Drift games gets to live. We also have WWE 2K17 versus Atomic Runner, and 2K17 wins it with 56% of the vote. They actually managed to pull that one off. So we're going to have Sonic Drift 2 versus WWE 2K17 in the next round. We also have Kirby Star Stacker versus Deliver Me. Star Stacker wins with 100% of the vote. Again, this seems very obvious of a winner to me. Lindsay's premiere, if I recall correctly, Dustin was hilarious throughout. This one was just an absolute roller coaster. And on the other side, we have Ori and the Blind Forest. Was it Definitive Edition? It's not showing. Yes. And Super Metroid and A Link to the Past randomizer. And Metroid and A Link to the Past wins with 89% of the vote. So we're going to have Kirby's Star Stacker versus Super Metroid and A Link to the Past combo randomizer in the next round. After that, we have Mega Man Battle Chip Challenge versus The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom sweeps it, 100% of the vote. I didn't think it was going to be a clean sweep. especially given there were large chunks of Tears of the Kingdom that were like either me doing it solo or just kind of drier, completionist type things. But yeah, no, Tears of the Kingdom wins that one. We also have Sonic Jam for the Gamecom versus Trine Enchanted Edition. Sonic Jam for Gamecom wins with 89% of the vote. That shit was hilarious. So we've got The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, one of the most expansive games we've ever touched, versus Sonic Jam for Gamecom, a few-minute-long adventure that isn't even fully beatable. That's gonna be a fun match. We have, after that, Kirby's Block Ball versus the Jackbox Party Pack. What is this, 2? Block Ball wins with 89% of the vote. This one was kind of an interesting one, but I think it more speaks to just us not enjoying Jackbox Party Pack 2 very much. We also have Mega Man Battle Network 4.5 Real Operation versus Shadow Dancer The Secret of Shinobi, and Battle Network 4.5 wins it with 89% of the vote, which means Kirby's Block Ball versus Mega Man Battle Network 4.5 Real Operation in the next one. That'll be weird. Let's see. We also have Sonic the Hedgehog 2 Beta versus Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy's Kong Quest, and DKC2 wins it with 67% of the vote. I was a little surprised by this one. I actually would have figured Sonic 2 Beta to win it just between the novelty of it. Granted, that ROM has been around for like decades now, and most folks with even a passing interest in Sonic have probably played it, but still, yeah, DKC2 moves on to the next round. We also have Sonic Blast versus Fatal Fury. Sonic Blast winning with 100% of the vote. A clean sweep. That shit sucked, and we ripped into it. So DKC2 versus Sonic Blast in the next round. After that, we have the Game Gear version or Master System version, I forget which we played, of Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the 8-bit version, we'll say, versus MyHouse.WAD. MyHouse.WAD wins with 56% of the vote. One of the most interesting and strange games that's turned up on the channel, I think. Very fascinating stuff. CJ and Felice seem to really get into it, too, so that's always a big win. We also have Street Fighter 2 Turbo Hyper Fighting versus Sylpheed, and Street Fighter 2 wins with 78% of the vote. So we're going to have MyHouse.WAD versus Street Fighter 2 Turbo Hyper Fighting in the next round. After that, we have Sonic and Knuckles versus Resident Evil Revelations, and Resident Evil once again takes down Sonic on the Genesis. So Resident Evil Revelations moves on with 56% of the vote. I was a little surprised by that. Revelations was also the one that featured, like, the 3 boats and just weird controls and weird story shit. So, like, it does also make sense. I think Sonic and Knuckles is also a fairly short burst experience in the Supersonic Let's Play anyway. So that does make at least some sense. Blaster Master Zero versus Viewpoint. Blaster Master Zero wins with 89% of the vote. We really got to get back into that and finish out that game. Resident Evil Revelations versus Blaster Master Zero in the next round. We then have Kirby's Pinball Land versus Mario Party 4. Kirby's Pinball Land wins with 89% of the vote. Big win for Kirby's Pinball Land. Does not surprise me very much. After that, we have Sonic Forces versus Cult of the Lamb. Cult of the Lamb wins with 67% of the vote. I don't think that's a super big surprise. As bad as Sonic Forces was, there were points where we were just kind of like exhausted by it. And Cult of the Lamb, Felice is going to be playing that for the next 1,000 years. So I think that's a pretty solid win there. Kirby's Pinball Land versus Cult of the Lamb in the next round. After that, we have Mega Man Battle Network 4 Red Sun versus Zone of the Enders, the second runner Mars. And Battle Network 4 actually wins this one with 67% of the vote. Despite what a mess that thing was, maybe it was all of our kind of one-off guest, spots that we had in there or something. But yeah, that one moves on 67% into the next round. We also have Sonic the Hedgehog's Game World versus the Ooze, and Sonic Game World wins with a clean sweep, 100%. So we're going to have Battle Network 4 versus Sonic Game World in the next round. That's going to be a strange one. After that, we have Sonic the Hedgehog Chaos versus the Bear of Bad News. Sonic Chaos winning with 100% of the vote, a clean sweep. Underneath that, we have Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure versus Truxton. Sonic Pocket Adventure also wins with 100% of the vote. So in the next round, we're going to have Sonic Chaos versus Sonic Pocket Adventure. After that, we have a Mega Man and Bass Challenger from the Future versus Rusty's Real Deal Baseball. And a Challenger from the Future wins with 56% of the vote. So that one will be moving on. That one makes sense. I figured Rusty would do okay, and it did okay. But Challenger from the Future was such a unique thing. Also, I misspoke. I don't know how I did this. I think I was too busy still thinking about Pocket Adventure. Sonic Pocket Adventure was for the Neo Geo Pocket Color. Mega Man Base 2 was for the Wonder Swan, the old gray Wonder Swan. We also have, at some point in the mix, we might have already talked about it, Mega Man Battle Network WS, which is for the Wonder Swan Color. It was either for the Color or the Crystal. I forget which, but we've had Wonder Swan in here a couple times. After that, we have Mega Man X7 versus 𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏 of Time. X7 wins with 89% of the vote because y'all love to see us suffer. So Mega Man and Bass Challenger from the Future and Mega Man X7 will be going head-to-head in the next round. After that, we have Kirby's Avalanche versus Escape the Backrooms. Kirby's Avalanche wins with 89% of the vote. I think if our new series of the Backrooms was both finished and edited, it might have done better because there were decent chunks of the original where I would be dead and I would just be staring at stuff because you can't move sometimes, which is part of the reason for the way we're editing our second run through it. So keep an eye out for that. We also have Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island versus Desert Strike Return to the Gulf. And Yoshi's Island wins with 100% of the vote. I don't think that's going to surprise anybody. So we have Kirby's Avalanche versus Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island in the next round. After that, we have Pokemon Moon versus Mega Man's Christmas Carol 2. Pokemon Moon wins with 89% of the vote. Seems pretty straightforward to me. Padlocks are going to be strong entries. We also have The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild versus Splatterhouse 2. So next time we're back here, we're going to have Pokemon Moon versus The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. It's an interesting one. That should be a very interesting match to see play out. We also have Super Adventure Rockman versus Rain on Their Parade. Super Adventure Rockman winning with 89% of the vote and moving on to round 2. We also have Super Ghouls and Ghosts versus Outrun with Super Ghouls and Ghosts winning with 89% of the vote. So in the next round, we're going to have Super Adventure Rockman versus Super Ghouls and Ghosts. After that, we have Tales of the Music Maker versus Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush winning with 89% of the vote. I mean, it's a pretty badass game. Why the hell not? And we have Mega Man 02 versus Midnight Resistance. 02 wins with 89% of the vote. So Hi-Fi Rush versus Mega Man 02 in the next round. And that is it for our winners from 1D. So we're going to jump over. I'm going to have bright light blasted in my face for the next segment as we take a look at the current standings. All right, it is time for us to take a look at where the prediction standings are currently situated after 4 heats of the first round. At the halfway point of the first round, we're starting to see some separation among the pack. We're going to start from the bottom here. We've got our folks who are currently 15th, 16th, 17th place. We have Spoiler Goblin, TMNT Fan, and Hasty, who have not moved because they didn't put predictions in for the second bracket. So we'll see if anything changes there, but they are going to be down there for the time being. Moving above that, in 14th place, so I will say not as much movement overall, place-wise, across the standings this time around, but the points are kind of in a few different places. So at 14th place, staying in 14th from last time, we have Zim with 185 points, performing a little bit worse than the first bracket, 89 points for the first round here versus 96 in the legendary bracket, the first one. But still 1821 for potential final totals, which is there's definitely a handful of folks who have similar potential maximum points, even despite being much further up the list here. Above that, in 13th place, I am still in 13th place, and things are only getting worse. I've also performed worse in this bracket than last time by about 3 points, but I have 195 points. 1858 for a potential max. Not great, It's not horrible, but it's not looking good. Above that, staying in 12th place, we have Pepe with a flat 200 points. And just above that, slipping from 10th to 11th, is the 𝗥𝗟𝗚𝗡𝗏, also with 200 points. Both of them with the upper 1800s for total point potential. So doing generally well. I will say there are some folks who can still do over 1900 points. It's unlikely because you would need to do basically perfect across the whole thing, but it is still a possibility. Next up in 10th place, moving up a space from last time, we have Siren, who has 201 points. Above that, slipping down from 8th to 9th, we have JoeBody with 206 points, performing a little bit better than last time. Actually, the 𝗥𝗟𝗚𝗏, Siren, and JoeBody all performing a little better in this bracket than the first one. Above that, we have, slipping from 7th to 8th, we have DJ Glaceon with 207 points. Doing a little bit worse this time than the first bracket, but not by terribly much. Jumping from 9th to 7th, the only jump by more than one position in this entire thing. In fact, actually, I think they are... Yeah, Nano, I think, is the only participant to move by more than one space from last time. With 208 points... and performing quite a bit better than the first bracket. In the first bracket, Nano got 99 points for the first round, this time 109, so definitely improving there. And then we've got a bit of a gap as we get to 6th place, where SD Hero is holding the fort with 215 points. So we're starting to see a little bit of a rift starting to form among various parts of the bracket here. And above that, we have staying in 5th place, C-Dude, and slipping from 3rd to 4th, Viral, who both have 216 points with some different potential score totals. Should mention as well, I believe, taking a look at this, SD Hero has the highest possible score that they can accomplish out of everybody on the bracket at 1933. Moving up from 4th to 3rd, we have Panda123 with 218 points. Slipping from 1st to 2nd, we have Hoyoda with 221 and a potential total of 1888. It's going to be very interesting to see where Hoyoda's scores going forward, because it's not, again, that's actually still a pretty solid like final possible total, but it is the only one above 7th place to be under 1900. So we're going to see how that plays out. And then jumping from 2nd place to 1st this time, we have 𝗥𝗟𝗏𝗏, who has a competition best 116 in the second bracket. Nobody else did better than 112 out of the 128 matches for the Chaos bracket. So sitting at 224 points with a maximum potential total of 1920. So things are starting to settle a little bit already, which is very interesting because all of these matches until October are only worth 1 point. Once we get into that second round, I think we're going to see the whole pack start to really like slide apart. And those maximum totals are going to start to have an effect where you've got people who are voting in matches where they don't even have a horse in the race anymore. But so with that, let's move over to our 5th heat entries. All right, first up, we have Sonic Shuffle versus Wonder Boy Monsterland. So Sonic Shuffle is it's essentially Sonic's answer to Mario Party. I want to say it was made by Hudson Soft before they started working on Mario Party. I might have that backwards. But it was in the ballpark. It was around the time that Hudson Soft was also doing Mario Party games. And it's interesting because it's sort of a like inversion of the usual Mario Party format. Rather than a set number of turns, you have a goal that you're trying to accomplish. You're trying to collect. Oh no, I forgot the name of them. I'm going to call them Chrono Stones. That's absolutely not the name of them, but you're getting it's basically the non-copyright infringing Chaos Emeralds. Oh, Precious Stones. That's what it was. Mini games only happen when they're triggered, as opposed to every time everyone has a turn. Rings are exclusively for shops. They don't really do anything else, but you collect them very, very quickly if you chain together rolls in the right way. It's a very strange time. We played it for the Supersonic Let's Play, And it was one of the more infamous entries there because this is the one where, for some reason, because we had to emulate it for one reason or another, and the emulation really didn't take very well, so the text kept getting corrupted. Sometimes literally on screen in front of us, it would suddenly happen, and you would have text blocks where random characters would get swapped out. This is where we got the 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏. Just like stuff was just super broken all the time. It was hilarious, and also there was a transparency issue, which meant that if the camera was on one side of a body of water, like the surface or underneath it, you could not see any 3D models through it. So if you were underwater, you couldn't really tell what the spaces were. You were just kind of guessing. But we played through it. It was hilarious. We also have been playing it now and then for Mario Party Madness. We've played it, I think, 4 times now. And I think I've won 3 of the games. I think I still have the top slot on that one. But it's heating up. The last one was a huge mess for me. And then on the other side we have Wonder Boy Monster Land. This is one that I played as part of the 𝗦𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗦 Let's Play. It was in the Wonder Boy collection. This is sort of the interstitial game. It's sort of our liminal space for Wonder Boy because it looks kind of similar to the original Wonder Boy. I think it might even be the same character. It's weird. The canon keeps shifting whether it's the same character or not. But you can see the seeds of what would become games like Dragon's Trap and Monster World coming from that, including even just some of the enemies. So it really does feel like Wonder Boy is sort of almost a prototype. And then Wonder Boy Monster Land is kind of them going, oh, okay, I know what we want to do now. And that's like the actual first game. But it was a fun time, with the exception of it gets crazy hard by the end of the game. Because there's a time, your health is constantly draining while you're running around doing stuff, which means you have limited time to do stuff. And the final levels of the last couple levels of the game are brutally difficult mazes. And there's also that fucking, what was it? Abominable snowman boss who just keeps spawning little ones, doing tons of damage. You also can't get to the final thing if you don't know about all the secret shops. And it's a mess. I think I had done the math as part of the video, the review for that collection, where if I played that in the arcades, because it was originally an arcade game, it would have cost, I believe, like $250,000 based off of how we were calculating. Because the way that I was doing it was each time you get a game over, you have to put in another. I think it was like 100 yen game, which at the time was 76 cents. And the way that I did this was, rather than just, because if you got a full game, like if you got a game over in the final level specifically, you didn't have the chance to put in money and start over. You just started over. Like you just went all the way back to the start of the game rather than the start of the level. So rather than replay the whole last game, because by that point I had beaten the awful snowman boss or Yeti boss, what have you. So I decided that the cost of not starting completely from scratch each time was the assumption that starting from the beginning and playing through would have taken me as much money as the previous run. So instead of adding 75 cents, I started adding to a multiplier. And in the end, it just came out to this insane sum of money if that had been the way that it went. Like thousands of deaths. Because what I would wind up doing after a certain point, rather than taking the hit and doing that, I would just use the rewind function, rewind before I died, take the hit on the assumption of how much money or the multiplier or whatever, and then keep going, because the alternative was every single death at that point would have cost several hours of gameplay. So maybe what I can do, when we get around to those for D-pad unpaused, what I'll do is I'll make a stupid cut that plays through it all normally, except anytime I start rewinding it, instead I manufacture the game over and it starts all over again. It'll be like a B-movie edit. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I've talked for too long. Sonic Shuffle versus Wonder Boy Monsterland. All right, after that we have Shuttle Rush versus Pokemon Platinum version. Yeah, the time has arrived. We're going to start talking about Ouya games. It's about that time at last. So Shuttle Rush was a game we played as part of Ouya Oh No, a series you're going to hear a lot about, especially during this and the next heat. This is one where it's kind of a platforming... it's a speed-based platforming game. By that I mean, I believe your character, the idea is that the oxygen in their spacesuit is like the oxygen tank is punctured, so you only have a few seconds to get to another corridor to get a refill and go to the next stage. It was an okay enough platforming game. It didn't really stand out very well, but it was, probably it was better than a lot of what we wound up with for Ouya Oh No. It was probably ultimately kind of near the middle of all experiences. I think platforming games are always going to have a tougher sell, either being very good or very bad. But it was okay. On the other side, we have Pokemon Platinum version, which was a Nuzlocke stream by Jeff, where he was playing through Pokemon Platinum version, Nuzlocking it, doing all that jazz. Up to and including beating the, at the time, hardest version. Well, I don't know that he did the post game. I think he did like a little bit of post game, but he didn't wind up doing the whole thing. But he did beat a very hard version of Cynthia as part of this. There's an awful lot of this. This is where you get your oh no, I've forgotten its name. There's the Hippowdon. Nope, I forgot the name. There was a nickname that he gave to, I think it was the Hippowdon that started this, and then a whole bunch of other Pokemon since have gotten very inspired nicknames based off of that. I wish I could remember it off the top of my head. I meant to look at it before I came on camera. But Shuttle Rush versus Pokemon Platinum version. After that, we have Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut versus Spider-Man Miles Morales. So Sonic Adventure DX. So historically, this refers to the GameCube port of the original Sonic Adventure, released in 2003, 4 years after Sonic Adventure came out, and also 2 years after both Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, the GameCube port there. Normally, what we'd be referring to here is like the graphical differences between the two Sonic Adventures, because it is more noticeable for Sonic Adventure 1 than 2. And just like the different modes that are kind of in the game. But because we played this through the PlayStation Network, the visuals were always the DX version of the game. We never saw the original Dreamcast-style graphics. And it was basically the whole game minus some modes. So really what we're talking about here is Sonic Adventure's mission mode, which is fucking painful. Holy cow. Some of them are not bad. Some of them are awful. Really terrible, scavenger hunt type shit to figure out what the hell you're doing. I'm trying to remember if the game even gives you hints as to where they are, and I genuinely don't remember if they do. But this was pretty much entirely just mission mode. I forget if we even did anything else. Because the idea was mission mode also gave emblems, I think. Because I'm trying to remember if the original Sonic Adventure had emblems at all, and DX added them or something. But I think, sorry, I have a tickle in the back of my throat, and it's going to make me cough a lot, so I'm going to edit that out. Yeah, it was a rough time. I'm also someone who's historically not a huge fan of Sonic Adventure 1, other than I think having a broad, open, explorable area, holy shit, is pretty cool. Is one of the few things I think even Sonic 06 does to a decent degree. And I love the way they handle the story. I like the fact that it's 6 separate storylines that all keep interweaving and interleaving and intertwining and all the other inters. I think that's fun. I don't really love the levels super much. And the gameplay itself can be kind of a drag at times. But yeah, so that's Sonic Adventure DX. We also have Spider-Man Miles Morales, which is the... I don't know if it was originally intended as DLC and then expanded out to a full release. I thought I remembered hearing something about that at one point, but I might be mixing that up. So it's a follow-up to the PS4 Insomniac game Spider-Man, where now you're playing as Miles Morales, who has himself also become Spider-Man after getting bitten during the first game. And he has his own whole set of stuff going on. He's taking on the Tinkerer. He's taking on the Prowler. And all of the, like, just how close to home all that winds up being, all while I forget if Peter's sick or if he's gone. I think he was trying to find out more information about Harry, so he's not around. And it's this one also, if I recall correctly, has a fun, like, Christmas sort of setting too, so you've got kind of wintry vibes as you're doing stuff. It was a fun time. I wish it was longer. It's too short. I think the game was over way too fast. I still haven't played Spider-Man 2. I know that both Peter and Miles are playable throughout that, so that's fun to look forward to, because they both, like, at first you kind of worry that, like, Miles is going to play too much like Peter, but they do have really distinct play styles as you get further in. But yeah, I streamed that for a while. It was a pretty good time. Sonic Adventure DX, Director's Cut versus Spider-Man Miles Morales. All right, up after that we have StarTropics versus World Series Baseball starring Deion Sanders. So StarTropics was a game we played as part of the NES Classic Edition. I want to say this is one that Jeff was there for, and he was very specifically like, you're going to like this game. And we got into it, and I did like the game. It was very cool. It's a kind of... Oh, Tonk is here, by the way. She might be hanging out for parts of this. There we go. It was a game we played as part of the NES Classic Edition, and it's sort of a, like, 3/4 top-down action game, but, like, and there's, like, you're attacking stuff and all that jazz, but it also has, like, this weird mechanic it fixates on, which is all about hopping. And by that I mean, like, there's, like, a grid layout, because, like, it's an NES game, everything's ultimately kind of a grid layout, but you have, like, squares and then a gap and then another square, and so everything's based off of, like, hopping puzzles, trying to navigate how to hop around the stage. It's such a unique little thing to fixate on the way that it does, but it does give it some, like, real character. I would like to go back and play more StarTropics at some point, actually. It was a fun time. We also had World Series Baseball starring Deion Sanders, a game we played as part of the Complete 32X. It's a baseball game. Not a lot we can say about that, but I will say the graphics are pretty goddamn good for a sprite-based baseball game. Some really good digitized sprite work going on. Jeff and I played at least a few innings and had a pretty decent time with it. But yeah, not a lot to say about it. Sports games are always kind of hard to describe here, but StarTropics versus World Series Baseball starring Deion Sanders. After that, we have Resident Evil HD Remaster versus Monster Hunter Rise. So Resident Evil 1 HD Remaster. So this is what kicked off officially Let's Play Dead, whether you count Resident Evil 7 as being part of it or not. This is the one that really got us into gear with that. We had a fun live intro. We went to our nearby park and shot a bunch of stuff there. It was a blast. We shot it. I'm pretty sure we shot it at night too. Like, we did our best to actually, like. So there were folks in the comments who were like, "Wow, this is bad." It's like, that was the point. If you've never seen the original, like, PlayStation era introduction to Resident Evil 1, you absolutely must go look at this. It's so fucking funny. But we had a blast doing all these recordings and things, including getting a shot of Lindsay as Rebecca, who does not appear anywhere else in the intro. It's so funny that she's included like that. But God, Let's Play Dead started. We've done a ton of stuff since then. It was very interesting to see the, like, game in it's Resident Evil 1 is gonna be the last one that gets a remake. We're down to so few at this point. We've got 0, 1, 5, and 6, and both of those I think are already, they're either already HD by being, like, early HD console titles, or they would have been, like, right before. But 0 and 1, I think at this point, are the only major entries in the series that haven't gotten a remake at this point, because there's going to be a Code Veronica remake, now just called Resident Evil Veronica. But yeah, so it was a real good time. We got the playlist there. Monster Hunter Rise. I don't know a goddamn thing about Monster Hunter, so I'm going to have a really hard time describing this, and I apologize, but there are 5 streams you can check out for this, if I remember correctly. Dave played it a few years back. It looks like it was a fun time. I've heard Monster Hunter is a fun series. Please go look at the videos because I can't say much to it, to be dead honest. So I don't want to like, betray this particular game by not saying much about it. But Resident Evil HD Remaster versus Monster Hunter Rise. Then after that, we have SonicN versus Soulstar X. SonicN. So this one was tough to record, but it's a port of Sonic Advance for the Game Boy Advance onto the Nokia N-Gage phones. If I recall correctly, the sound quality wasn't horrible. It is basically still just like phone MIDI from like the mid 2000s, but like it could have been a lot worse. You know what I mean? The gameplay was also not as bad as I was expecting. It's really just the awkwardness of playing it on an old like touch-tone cell phone. There's not a ton to say about that. I think we did recording over the shoulder. I don't even think we played the whole game because it was just like, okay, we're literally just playing Sonic Advance again. I would have to double check because maybe we did play the whole thing and I'm just misremembering. I did not double check before we jumped in for this, but just the novelty of it was kind of a cool thing for it. It was something that took a long time to kind of set up for. There's a lot of physical tech that I had to get my hands on to make this work, but we did. So SonicN, and then Soulstar X, also sort of a strange like entry here because this is a game that never got officially released, but we played it during the unboxing video for the Complete 32X, and because we had like there were ROMs for it that were out there. It was an unreleased prototype, and it's like a 3D space shooter type game. You're navigating around stuff. You're trying to survive and shoot stuff and break it down. The graphics were fine. I don't know off the top of my head why it was never finished, if it was just like a budgeting thing or what, but it was a fun enough game. And I want to say that was myself, Jeff, and Ben that were in on that. So there you go. SonicN versus Soulstar X. All right, then we have the Legend of Zelda Nelsonic Game Watch versus Wario Land Shake It. So the Zelda Watch, this was one that we played for the Zelda LCD games video. We played 3 games. There was this, there was the Zelda game for Game & Watch, and there was the Barcode Battler that had a Link to the Past themed set of cards that you could use with it. This one, we really only played for a couple minutes, and it's one where you play. It's essentially a simulacrum of the dungeons from the first Zelda game. Top-down view, grid-based floor, and you're kind of trying to navigate and fight stuff and survive. And if you win, you get the Triforce. And I think that's it. I don't think it intends for you to get more, as opposed to the Game & Watch one where you do have to get a bunch of Triforces. But it was a cute little thing. We had to record it over my shoulder, because it's an LCD screen. There was really not a lot of options there. But it was fine enough. It was a harmless little thing. We only played for a few minutes, so there's not a lot of material there for John and I to talk about. But yeah, Legend of Zelda Nelsonic Game Watch. Then we have Wario Land Shake It, which it might have been the last entry in the Super Mario Wario-thon stream series that I did. And that was one where I played Mario Land, Mario Land 2, Mario Land 3, which is Wario Land 4, which is Wario Land 1, Virtual Boy Wario Land 2, 3, 4, and Shake It. Shake It, I'm conflicted over because the levels are fine. I think that they're designed generally well in that you can tell what they want you to do to get through stuff most of the time. However, every single thing requiring you to shake the Wiimote either this way or this way, sometimes this, you don't need to do this, you just don't need to keep doing this to have fun with Wario, so yeah, my arms were fucking killing me by the end of that. I didn't love it as a gimmick. I think the Wii sometimes had too much too much gimmickiness and not enough actual focus on the gameplay. And then we'll edit out the sneeze, and then we'll bring it to a close. So The Legend of Zelda Nelsonic Game Watch versus Wario Land Shake It. All right, and then after that, we have Mega Man Battle Network 6 Cybeast Gregar versus Virtua Hamster. So Battle Network 6, this is where we injected some new life into our Battle Network series, which continued into Star Force. After the, in my opinion, unmitigated disaster of Battle Network 5 being almost entirely solo because of how much 4 had burned everybody out on Battle Network, 6 was a return to form. I think I started it solo, and then Jeff started joining in, and then we started goofing around with doing voices, and the rest is history. Mr. Mock, our interpretation of Mr. Mock as this Eastern European gym teacher guy, is where, like, this is where that started. My Beautiful Wife Crime, all of that stuff is Battle Network 6, and it was a blast getting to do that, and then following into Star Force 1, 2, and 3. And also a great way to close out the Battle Network series. I think Battle Network 6 is the best of the 6. My understanding is that's not a very hot take at all. I think it seems like most people like 6 the best. Solid game, and I miss it all the time. And now you can play it on the Battle Network collection, so you don't have to miss it. On the other side, we have Virtua Hamster, another unreleased 32X game that we played for the complete 32X. And this one, you play as a hamster, not on a wheel, but on like a little like toboggan sled thing, and you're going down a tunnel. And there's an old vector graphics game that used to be in arcades. I want to say you play as a ship that looks kind of like the letter U. Like you're kind of like, you know, if I am the screen, your ship looks kind of like this on the screen, and these two bits are pew 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 shooting at stuff, but you kind of go up on the walls, like it looks like a big tube, and you're kind of going up on walls and things. Very much like that. We also did not play this one for very long, but it was cute. It had a lot of intentionally jokey things in there. And again, this one was myself and Jeff and Ben playing through that, and it's part of a video. It's not even a full one, so it's easy enough to check out. But Mega Man Battle Network 6 Cybeast Gregar versus Virtua Hamster. After that, we have Wonder Boy in Monster World versus Elden Ring. Wonder Boy in Monster World, I've made no secret, it's one of my very favorite video games. I grew up playing it to death. I played it. It's actually a game that I streamed on its own, completely just for its own sake at one point. I believe it was also part of the Sega Genesis Mini. Great inclusion. And it was also included in the Wonder Boy collection, so we played it as part of the Wondrous Let's Play, as the third entry in that series. I don't know, I would play it right now if I had the time. I love that game. I love it. I've played it solo twice on the channel already. I don't think I played it solo for the Sega Genesis Mini, but I would play it in a heartbeat. Fun platforming, adventure, action type stuff. I could get into it for days. Greg and Glag are still some of my favorite bosses ever, just for they're so basic in their design, but I'm charmed by it. We also have Elden Ring, which I believe was Dave streaming that for a very long time. It's where we got was it John D. Benadryl as a main character, the emaciated 90-year-old man looking dude adventuring around and saving the realm. Well, maybe not saving the realm. This is a FromSoft game, but series went on for a long time. There was also the Shatter of the Erdtree DLC, I think, that got some love from Dave when that came out. Plenty to see there. Two very, very different series, but yeah, Wonder Boy and Monster World versus Elden Ring. Speaking of rings, next up we have Dark Space Rings versus Metroid Zero Mission. Dark Space Rings is a game we played as part of Ouya Ono. It's a puzzle game, I guess. The premise is an odd one. It's very simplistic, but it's done up in a way that makes it really difficult to actually keep track of what you're trying to do. So essentially, you are a little ball of light, and you're moving among discs with a hole just large enough for you to move. And essentially, the entire puzzle board, we'll say, is essentially operating on a timer. Every time a unit of time passes, all of these things, which look like, we'll say, like the letter C, will spin around and it'll either point up or it'll spin around and point down. It'll turn 90 degrees. And you don't know, like it'll move in sequence, like it's not going to change direction or anything. But you don't know which direction it's going to go until you actually watch it happen. And you have to kind of keep in mind how you're going to navigate this ocean of C-shaped slots to get to the exit. It's, like I said, very simple design, but a very intense, complicated sort of puzzle to play through. The visuals didn't wow me. It was very much... if you told me this was a game that someone made as part of like a game design class, I would believe you. And that's not even necessarily in like a in a negative sort of way. It's just a very simple kind of execution. It's one that could use a lot of spit and polish. It does look kind of flat the way that it is, despite everything kind of moving around in 3D. So it's kind of a little bit much. It's a bit of a stimulus overload at times. But yeah, we played it for a one-off for Ouya Ono. And there was also Metroid Zero Mission, which we played as part of the original Screwy Let's Play. I say we, it was me. I wasn't originally going to play Zero Mission because the original plan was Metroid, Metroid 2, Super Metroid, Metroid Fusion, Metroid Dread. And then we got through those first four so fast that we were like, oh, okay, we got extra time, so let's see if we can squeeze in Zero Mission and the Metroid 2 remake. I can never remember which one is Return of Samus and which one is Samus Returns. My apologies. But we play then so Zero Mission and then the Metroid 2 remake, and then there was still time. So I played Other M, and then Metroid Dread came out. But so Zero Mission is a light in the darkness. So not to say that the later original Metroid 2D series was bad by any stretch. Super Metroid is an excellent game. Probably, I would say at this point, my favorite in the series. I've played all of them. I played all of them to completion. Metroid Prime Federation Force I'm in the middle of playing right now, and I haven't touched Metroid Prime 4 Echoes yet. But of the ones I've played, I think Super Metroid is still the best. I think Metroid Dread is very close. And a little further down, we get to like Metroid Fusion. I kind of liked Metroid 2, though it's a little outdated at that point. But Metroid 1, the original Metroid for the NES, is for sure, I think, the worst Metroid experience you can have. It's so hard. And like, not to say like, oh, all the games should be easy or anything like that. I love a good game challenge. This is one where like, it was so early into video games, like as a home console thing, that I think that on the design side, they would have made different choices if they were making the exact same game like 3 years later. I would say the number one problem with Metroid 1 that I have is if you die and you have to go back to a previous spot, you come back to life with 30 health. It doesn't matter if you have 0 E-tanks and you have 99 as your max, or you have 12, I don't remember what the max is, we'll say 12 E-tanks and 1299 as your max. You will always start with 30 health, which later in the game is like one hit. So you die and you respawn in an area with tons of enemies, and if you get hit, you instantly die again. Like, what a pain in the ass. No map is also kind of rough, though that's just early days problems. But then you get to Metroid Zero Mission, and it's like, what if Metroid... Essentially, it's like, what if Metroid got made as Metroid Fusion, essentially. Like, it's very, very, very similar in its design aesthetic and its design choices and things. There's a map. You get pointed generally at the direction of the next thing you want to do, which is sometimes a little much for a Metroid game. I think one of the nice things with Metroid games is open-endedness and also your ability to kind of come across what you need to do next as opposed to being told. But in Metroid 1 is kind of frustrating to navigate around, so like it's not horrible. I'm trying to remember if Zero Mission also had the X-ray vision get added to it to make stuff easier. But then there's also the zero suit segment that gets added, which is I think it's after, because I want to say you do the full game, you do the full Metroid 1, and then there's the Zero segment where you have to infiltrate a space pirate base, but your suit is all fucked up because when you were trying to, I think, flee the planet for Cybeast, I want to say you get like shot down, your suit's all fucked up, so you have to like, or does it get stolen? I'm trying to remember. They add a bunch of like lore and stuff. Like they clearly had some Metroid Prime type ideas for what to do with 2D Metroid, and they went nuts with it. I thought it was fun. It was a bajillion times better than the original Metroid. If you're ever going back, if you ever wanted to play the non-Prime Metroid games and you want to know where to start, my recommendation would be that you play Zero Mission, then you essentially play the newest version of all of the games. So Zero Mission, Samus Returns, Super Metroid, Metroid Fusion, Metroid Dread. Technically, there will be kind of a step back down in quality of life to Super Metroid, but it's not too harsh. And honestly, Zero Mission, Super Metroid, and Fusion are all very, very close together in terms of how they handle a lot of stuff. Samus Returns, it's really kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Samus Returns is either a little too new quality of life style, or the original Game Boy one is too old quality of life style. So there's not a lot of winning there with like a consistent thing. But Zero Mission, unless you are specifically taking a look at it from a historical standpoint, and you like really, really need to see the NES and Game Boy original ones, skip them. Just do the remakes. You are literally not missing anything for not doing it. So now that rant aside, Dark Space Rings versus Metroid Zero Mission. All right, after this, we have freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupeeland versus Undungeon. Oh boy, freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupeeland is a game in the Zelda franchise, technically, for the Nintendo DS, and it is one that is essentially... it's sort of an anti-Zelda game, if that makes any sense. The broad premise is very Zelda-like because you are wandering around. You've got a town you go to. You can buy stuff, bring materials, craft potions. You have some like item trade sequence type stuff. You have allies you can find. And there's dungeon crawling as well. A bunch of different lands to explore. Every other element of this game is completely different from how you would handle a Zelda game. So essentially, you are playing as Tingle, who is told upon finding I think it's like a magic wishing pond type scenario, a heavenly voice beckons you to bring more and more and more rupees and throw them into the pond. And this is a character referred to as Uncle Rupee, who wants you to do this, and you'll ascend and ascend and ascend as you do this. And the higher the tower, it makes a tower grow. The higher the tower grows, the further out you can float to with your balloons, I think, in order to explore more areas. The mechanics of the game are very strange in that your hit points are your wallet. They are the same thing. You die if your rupees reach 0. There's no other health in the game besides that. But also, anything involving money in the game is like this weird fuzzy math bartering system. So like, oh, you've saved my child. Thank you. How much money would you like as a reward? And now you have to manually input how many rupees you would like, and the game will decide whether that's an acceptable number or not. Sometimes they'll go, ooh, that's a little too much, actually. And then you can go again. You can go lower, give it a shot. Sometimes they'll just outright be like, no, sorry, no, that's not happening. And that's it. And you miss out completely on getting a reward for doing the thing you just did. This also goes the other way around. If someone is offering services, you have to decide how much you want to pay for them. And sometimes they will deny you. I want to say you can lose rupees by bartering poorly. Like, if you say a number and they don't like it, sometimes they'll just hang on to the money. It's rough. Also, your allies you have to pay for. You have to hire them, which costs money, costs rupees. And if they pass out or die, if they pass out from exhaustion, damage, all that, you have to give them rupees to get back up again, or they will die and disappear. Also, Tingle can't fight on his own. He'll kind of do the cartoon cloud of smoke and dust, like blah, blah, blah thing, but he'll take damage very fast and not do much damage in return. It's hard. This is one that started with us. I think you start with 100 rupees. And when we got to the wishing pond, John was piloting at the time, and it was like, all right, how much money do you want to give? And he gave 99 rupees, which meant we had 1 rupee. Any damage, we would instantly die. So that was a rough time. In my opinion, the lesser of the two Tingle games that are of this style, but it was absolutely a memorable series. Holy shit. On the other side, we have Undungeon, which was one of Dave's one-off streams that he did. This one is like a multiverse spanning game. He kind of plays this big creepy hulking dude. It looks like there's like robots and aliens and monsters and all this shit going on. There's tons of stuff. I can't speak to it a ton because I wasn't there, but we have a link to the video in the attachments. You can check that out. Freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupeeland versus Undungeon. After that, we have Dr. Mario versus WWF Raw. So Dr. Mario played for the NES Classic Edition. I think it was myself and Ben. It's a game that is so well-known and ubiquitous that it feels kind of silly to even really talk about it at all. But yeah, we played it for a one-off. Not a lot to say there, to be honest. Same goes for WWF Raw, to be clear. We played that one as part of, I believe, the complete 32X. And this one was myself, CJ Felice. Who else was there? I think Jeff might have been there. I'm trying to remember. Or maybe it was Peter. But played around with that. We did a Royal Rumble. Always nice to see Doink the Clown. It was, if I recall correctly, it was like an okay WWF game. I'm going to refer to the older ones as WWF just because of the branding of the game itself. But yeah, it was fine. Wrestling games are kind of tricky because the fun ones are not very realistic and the realistic ones are not very fun. This one had kind of a nice middle ground, though. It had a little bit of cartooniness to take the edge off of that. But yeah, so Dr. Mario versus WWF Raw. After that, we have Chao Adventure 2 versus Pokemon Legends Arceus. So Chao Adventure 2, we had a much better idea what we were doing for Chao Adventure the second time around. I forget if we fully emulated it or if we had emulated it before, but I think we just didn't have the correct data in there. The second time, I believe we did have data properly in there. We also looked up ahead of time how to actually do stuff because I think that was a big problem the first time around. We just didn't know how to do things. It was a short one-off thing as we were doing Sonic Adventure 2, but it's a weird little video. But Chao Adventure 2, also Pokemon Legends Arceus. This is the one that it eventually became mostly myself and Peter, but Sarah was piloting in the earlier stages of it. A wild new spin-off for the Pokemon series, taking an approach to 3D action type stuff. I mean, specifically, it's active before you get into battles, and the battles are very like standard battles with some new rule mechanics. Different from Pokemon Legends ZA, where like the whole game is framed around like actively moving around and doing stuff. But very, very different setup. You don't have gyms, though you do have structured like boss fights, which you do in the current Pokemon Legends game also. We played it for a while. There's some elements of it that are a little bit rough, like trying to find a Pichu is shockingly difficult and annoying at times. But we got through it, we 100%ed it, and we even had a save file for Pokemon Brilliant Diamond to kind of do the cross-promotional stuff that those two games had for each other. It's a long series, but it is there. So Chao Adventure 2 versus Pokemon Legends Arceus. Then we have Pixel Pig Deluxe versus Psychonauts 2. Pixel Pig Deluxe is an Uya Ono game where you play. It's basically. I almost called it Plinko. That's wrong. It's basically pachinko. It's essentially if Sonic Spinball was a pachinko game, but also much worse. It's a really bad game. Pixel Pig Deluxe is an interesting name for a game where your pig is a voxel, not a pixel. But I guess it doesn't really have that same alliterative effect if they're all different names. Yeah, we tried this one for a little while, and it was honestly, I think, one of our least favorite games that we did for the entire Ouya series. We really were just kind of forcing it down our throats after a certain point. But also, I mean, hell, Uya Ono, for better or for worse, inspired a lot of other angles for stuff, including potentially what we're doing for our holiday series this year. Keep an eye out. Psychonauts 2, the long-awaited sequel that the first Psychonauts was leaning in on. I played Psychonauts 1 back in college, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it was a little after college. I actually borrowed Sarah's PS... This was before we were dating. I borrowed Sarah's PS2 and Psychonauts 1 to play it. And had a solid time with that. The Rhombus of Ruin was also a fun time. I'm sure that's in here soon somewhere as well. But Psychonauts 2, it is exactly what's on the tin. It's more Psychonauts. I thought the jokes were great. There was some really fun video. I was going to say video editing, shot composition and overlays and stuff, I guess, that really added to the effect there. I thought it was interesting how they reframed some of the events from Psychonauts 1 up to and including the water curse, and how that actually factors in with his family and all of that. But Raz, that's what it was. I'm like, what the hell is his name? Raz. It's a fun time. I hope one day we get a third one, but I mean, Double Fine seems to have survived another day despite all the shit going on with Xbox. So hopefully, down the line, maybe we'll get another Psychonauts game. Who knows? But yeah, Pixel Pig Deluxe versus Psychonauts 2. Then next up we have Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu versus Golf Magazine 36 Great Holes, starring Fred Couples. So we'll start with Pokemon. This was John's half of the Pikachu versus Eevee series, which was essentially in a similar way to how Fire Red and Leaf Green were remakes of Red and Blue. Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee are nominally remakes of Pokemon Yellow. A lot more quality of life stuff than Fire Red and Leaf Green, obviously. It's done in a 3D aesthetic overall. The fairy type exists now. Mega Pokemon exist as well. Honestly, at this point, because I'm trying to remember exactly when it came out, I think it came out before Sword and Shield. It either was just before or just after Sword and Shield. I think it was. Oh, I don't remember which. Now that I'm saying it out loud, I don't remember which. But it's essentially, let's do Gen 1, let's do Pokemon Yellow, but with basically all of the material stuff that came later. They didn't have Z moves, but you kind of had partner moves for Pikachu and Eevee. This was John's run. It wound up being a pretty wild ride on that side. And it's also the game that finally saw us get our first shiny ever on the channel. It took 11 years, I think, before either John or I finally caught a non-scripted shiny Pokemon. It's the first one we've even seen in 11 years. He ultimately got I want to say it was a shiny Magmar at the Pokemon Mansion. And then at the end of the game, it might have even been post-game, I think he got a shiny Graveler in Cerulean Cave or something. I'm trying to remember exactly, but he got 2 by the end of it. And, it is easier to do it in this game because you can chain catches of the same Pokemon, and it will increase your shiny encounter rate. And eventually I would get some shinies in Pokemon Legends Arceus as well. I didn't even mention that before when we were talking Arceus. Not counting the scripted, is it Ponyta in that one? I think it's Ponyta in Legends Arceus, and it's Mareep in Legends ZA. But I did ultimately catch some. I got like my shiny Machop Atlas I got in Legends Arceus. I still have yet to even see a shiny Pokemon in a padlock, or actually any Nuzlocke at all. I don't think I've seen any scripted, any non-scripted shiny Pokemon in Fire Red. I don't think I saw it in. I guess that's the only one that I'm fully doing as a Nuzlocke so far myself. Because I was going to say Insurgents, but that was a padlock. But anyway, I digress. On the other side, we have Golf Magazine, 36 Great Holes, starring Fred Couples. This was part of the Complete 32X. It's a golf game. Like, there's only so much you can say about some of these sports games without, like, really going into review mode for it. But I think it was, like, it was either Jeff and I or Peter and I playing through that, and I think it was Jeff. I think Jeff was there for most of the 32X ones. I don't know, man. We played a handful of random holes because that's kind of how the game was situated. Yeah. Not to bury the lead, but I feel like, you know, a Pokemon Nuzlocke padlock one is going to win against a lot of stuff. A 32X golf game doesn't strike me as one that's going to perform amazingly well, but you can choose to vote otherwise. You have all the power in the world to make it go the other way. So Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu versus, it's such a long title, Golf Magazine, 36 Great Holes, starring Fred Couples. Then after that we have Balloon Fight versus Mortal Kombat 2. Balloon Fight is one that we played for the NES Classic Edition. This one was Ben and myself playing around with that game for as long as we could stand to play it. Balloon Fight it's weird because it's I find it to be kind of a boring game, but it also does get very active after a couple levels, so it's not like nothing's going on, but it's one that just doesn't really scratch that itch for me a ton. Mortal Kombat 2, what is there to even say about this game either? We did this for the Complete 32X. I want to say that Jeff wound up going into the like actual like ladder tournament that is like the one player for the game. Like I think that we fought each other and then Jeff won, so he wound up going into the one player mode to kind of advance through that. It's Mortal Kombat. Also, we only played it for one episode. Both of these are console plays, so if you want to learn more, you can click on the links in the attachments to see more about Balloon Fight and Mortal Kombat 2. The time has come. Next up, we have Mega Man Battle Network 5 Team Colonel versus Mega Man 8-Bit Deathmatch. Oh boy. Team Colonel, I think, was the point where all of us kind of simultaneously just had a little mental snap on the Battle Network series. 4 was already a lot to get through because of having to play through it 3 times to be able to access the post game. And then we did 4.5, which was a bizarre mess of an experience. Memorable, but like weird and hard to get through. And then we got to number 5, and it starts out innocuous enough, and the story is interesting in the game, but you then wind up in a position where you're doing a lot of these liberation missions, and they're starting to take longer and longer and longer, and soon you're like doing dungeons, and then at the end of that, you're suddenly like, all right, we're going to go online and fight somebody, and then you have, in some cases, up to like 2 hours of battles that are capped at 3 rounds apiece, which means like 30 seconds. 2 hours of 30-second battles. It really gets to be a lot. Eventually, I was recording these by myself in between other stuff because nobody else wanted to be involved with it. I do not blame them. I didn't want to be involved with it. And eventually, we got through it. It was a slog. I feel a little bit bad for how rough the videos felt like they came out in the end, but it's just it's tough when the game is that long and slow. On the other side, we have Mega Man 8-Bit Deathmatch, which also extreme. Like, this one's a very different flavor where it's like difficult, as well as being a lot. We've reached the point in the game. So the way that it's fit into the Mega Let's Play thus far is that we played essentially when the game, in the sequence of stuff, in the slot where the game launched, we played everything that was in the game at launch. And then because there's so much material there, we decided that we would come back to the game and play new chapters each time a new one's launch date is in sequence there. We still have a few chapters to go, but I think we've gotten through like 7 chapters at this point, something along those lines. And they get very hard. Holy shit, they get hard. There's spots where it's a 4-on-1 match in a big square room where you can't really get away from anything. There's boss rushes. One of them had a really intense boss rush that took me a while to get through. We're making it through. I'm going to have to relearn a lot when we get back into it because it's been a few years now, but it's a very creative game. I will give them that. And it probably took a shitload of work to kind of figure out how to make all this stuff work. But there's a lot of dying, start over, dying, start over type stuff. This is gonna be a bit of a slugfest, this match, but Mega Man Battle Network 5 Team Colonel versus Mega Man 8-Bit Deathmatch. So this is kind of a fun one, how this wound up happening, because this wasn't planned, but we have 2 games from the first games, in fact, that are up against each other in the list here. We have Link's Crossbow Training versus the Aquatic Games starring James Pond and the 𝗥𝗢𝗡𝗏𝗡. Link's Crossbow Training, as we jokingly called it a lot, was one that we played for the Legendary Let's Play when we came back and we're doing kind of like side games and stuff. It's a cute little thing. There's not a lot of meat on those bones, but it's a decent enough, game. Built off of the Twilight Princess engine and models and all of that. So it looked good, but it's just a short and kind of very difficult game. It felt like a Zelda branded Wii Sports title in some ways. It was very odd. But we played that for archery for the first games. And likewise, for gymnastics, we played the Aquatic Games, also shout out to Retro Roulette, who are our commentators for the archery event, Link's Crossbow Training. Likewise, Lady 𝗖𝗧, our friend Ashley, was the commentator for the gymnastics event in the Aquatic Games. It's the only one that we did with the Aquatic Games. We haven't played it otherwise since. It wasn't like a Sega Genesis Mini or anything, but it was great for both of these to be able to have members of the D-pad kind of fucking around and doing these silly sports events. And it's just funny to me that they both wound up being up against each other in the very first round, where most of these matchups feel almost entirely random. So none of these were planned. Like I said, this is just how the numbers kind of wound up. So Link's Crossbow Training versus the Aquatic Games starring James Pond and the 𝗥𝗢𝗡𝗏𝗡. Then we have Clone Hero versus Cosmic Carnage. Clone Hero is a Guitar Hero clone. It's kind of exactly what it sounds like. I did just kind of a one-off stream at one point many years back, playing with, I think I had my Xbox Guitar Hero controller, plugged it in and just went nuts with that. Was it Joe Body that had? Maybe it was Nanocarb. Somebody had, I think, a song prepared for me for this and a chart prepared for me. And then the rest of it was just kind of downloading and grabbing stuff. I really should do it again sometime. It was a good time. And I always like playing Guitar Hero and Rock Band anyway. Once upon a time, so when the announcement came from the high heavens that Rock Band 4 was not going to get any more downloadable music fairly recently, and that the licenses were starting to expire, I debated doing a Guitar Hero series, a Guitar Hero and Rock Band series, just playing through all the story modes, campaign modes, what have you. And I never did. I actually started it. I did record a bit with it, but I was having issues with syncing. I was having trouble with getting the controllers to sync properly. Not it was because I was trying it through an emulator because I was trying to get a good video quality, and I was unable to, and because Guitar Hero 1 doesn't have calibrations, it made it kind of impossible to play because I had to hit notes decidedly not on the beats. I had to I forget if it was coming before or after, but it was a noticeable amount, so it wound up being a whole thing. But still, Clone Hero, Fun time. Would love to go back to do it again sometime. Cosmic Carnage was a game we did, I think, for the complete 32X. It is essentially a fighting game with a bunch of like animal cyborg fighters. Like this one would be sort of, it's essentially if Treasure, the folks behind like Gunstar Heroes and Dynamite Headdy and Mischief Makers, I think it's Mischief Makers, made a fighting game starring the Mavericks from the Mega Man X series or something, or even the mechs from Mischief Makers, Phoenix Gamma. But yeah, so weird little game. I think Sarah and I played this one, and it was odd. A lot of fighting games are such a tricky business because if you do a fighting game well, it may not feel like the most amazing thing in the world. Like it's not going to be like a revelation, but it'll still be like, it's a good fighting game. But if a fighting game is bad, you notice immediately that it's bad, and you can't shake the jank. And Cosmic Carnage was like hovering in that realm. Like it was framey. It was a little bit odd controls wise. It looked pretty decent. The sprite work was pretty okay. And the designs were interesting. Like they actually had some character going on, but the execution was lacking a little bit. But either way, Clone Hero versus Cosmic Carnage. And then we have Bubble Bobble versus Afterburner. Bubble Bobble is one we did for the NES Classic Edition. I believe that was myself and Jeff playing on that one. Classic old school NES game. If you've never played it, it's definitely, if you were to make a list of the games that characterized, I guess, the NES the best, like I think you would have to put Bubble Bobble on that list somewhere. It'd be like Mario, Zelda, Bubble Bobble, Mega Man, maybe Dragon Warrior. Like there's a list, I think, of kind of your like core titles that are like, here is the sphere of NES games, and here's a little piece of each of those. Fun game. It is one of those bullshit games that makes you play it twice in the same vein as Ghosts and Goblins, where you get to the end and it's like, oh, sorry, you gotta do it again, and then you do it again, and then you get to fight the final boss. Annoying. But it's fun. Always down for some Bubble Bobble. It's a cheeky little weird game. Very arcade coded. We also have Afterburner. This is one that I think we did for did we do this one for the 32X? Yeah, the complete 32X. This one was also, I believe, Sarah and myself. Afterburner, we've played a couple times. I think Afterburner 2 was on like one of the Sega Genesis minis. And it's one where you just start and it's instant like overload. Stuff moves so fast and so intensely at you and past you and stuff. So it's it's kind of a challenge to wrangle everything into place, but it is what it is. Again, both of these console plays, it's going to be kind of tricky to whittle that down, but you can watch both of them pretty easily with the links and the attachments. So Bubble Bobble versus Afterburner. Next up, we have Spyro 2, Ripto's Rage versus Slalom. So Spyro 2, it's funny to be talking about Spyro right after. We literally just started a new Spyro. I guess at this point it's a segment of a franchise play for Spyro. But Spyro 2, in my opinion, is the best of the original trilogy. It scopes things up considerably from the first game, which honestly felt almost like a prototype. There was so little going on. There's new characters. You get Ripto for the first time. You get all this fun stuff in there, and it's bigger without feeling over capacity. I think Spyro 3 feels like it's got too much stuff going on at times, and it can get a little bit, in its own way. Spyro 2, I think, is the one that does get it the most right out of the series. This one was mostly Sarah and myself, though John was there for a few, and Ben was kind of in and out for a decent amount of it as well. And yeah, no, I mean, it's not like a super long series, but it's like a sizable-ish one. Probably the best series that we've done out of 3 also, if I had to put money on it, but I guess was 3 the one that had all the skateboard tricks? Maybe that makes a difference there. Either way, though, yeah, Spyro 2, Ripto's Rage. And then on the other side, we have Slalom, which is what we played for the Alpine skiing event for the second games. We had our own Teddy, Evil Hippie, doing the commentary for that. What's cool about Slalom, aside from the fact that it's actually a surprisingly decent NES game in the mix, is it was also, I think it might have been the debut of him, but David Wise of Donkey Kong Country fame did the music for Slalom, because it's a rare game on the NES, and it's pretty good music, pretty good sound effects and stuff. So he did a good job. But yeah, we messed around with that for the second games, had a good event with that. So Spyro 2, Ripto's Rage versus Slalom. After that, we have the original Trials of Mana versus Sonic Rivals. Trials of Mana is an interesting one to include on here because there, outside of Japan, we got two Trials of Manas. We got Trials of Mana 2019, which was part of a collection of mana compilation, and it was the first time Trials of Mana for the Super Famicom, Super Famicom was released outside Japan, and then the following year there was a remake of Trials of Mana. So there's Trials of Mana 2019 and Trials of Mana 2020. I don't know why they did it that way, but this is the 2019 version. This one John played. He actually streamed it while he was out in California. Dave, our buddy Dave, not Dave Hook, Dave Lopez, was in on that and played some as well. Their friend Anthony, as well as actually 𝗥𝗢𝗟𝗧𝗥𝗢𝗡𝗏, friend of the channel, was out there for part of the first stream too. They played it for a little while. I think it was only like 3 streams. They didn't finish the game, but they played it for a bit before John switched gears over to the Trials of Mana remake. But it was part of the joystick, the kind of 1 or 2 year experiment of D-Pad West. I think this is our first proper joystick series that's in here too. I guess Let's Go Pikachu also included that. In fact, thinking back on it, John almost wiping his whole team against the Gamer, no longer Gambler, Gamer on Route 11 was also a joystick production. But so it was very interesting to suddenly get a message from John being like, you're going to have an interesting time editing this. And then we did a D-pad and chill. So, and then we have Sonic Rivals. This is one that Jeff and I mostly tackled as part of the Supersonic Let's Play. It is a 2.5D like track-based platform racing game, I guess is the way to describe it. In some ways, it actually reminds me a lot of Iggy's Wreckin' Balls, which is a crazy reference to pull out of nowhere. But you play as Sonic, Knuckles, Shadow, and Silver as you are navigating through all of these things and trying to get to the finish. It was rough. It is the most abrupt credits jump I've ever seen in a video game. And the PSP sounded like it was going to die at all moments. Not a super long series. I'm glad we don't have any more Sonic Rivals to play on the channel. Let's put it that way. Trials of Mana versus Sonic Rivals. Moving on. All right, and then we have Mega Man 10 versus Super Mario Land. Mega Man 10 was part of the Mega Let's Play. At the time that we sat down to do the Mega Let's Play, we were expecting and intending it to be the final game of the Mega Let's Play. And then as we approached the end of that series, they announced a Mega Man 11. And what's funny is, I mean, it's a hiatus right now, but I've been in the midst previously of wrapping up the post game of the Mega Let's Play, and they announced essentially a Mega Man 12. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But yeah, Mega Man 10, I mostly played it, though Ben and John were in there as well. It was kind of an odd farewell because like Mega Man 9 having the novelty of being a throwback to the 8-bit NES Mega Man games was fine. I feel like doing it again for 10 was kind of showing their hand a little bit. And especially for a franchise that suffered from being constantly criticized for stagnation, where, all right, here's Mega Man 1 and here's Mega Man 6, and there's not a huge amount of difference between them. Here's Mega Man 1 and Mega Man X and Mega Man X3, not a lot of difference between them. X4 and X6, not a lot of difference between them. 0-1 to 0-4, not a lot of difference there. Battle Network 1, Battle Network 6, maybe Battle Network 2 to Battle Network 6. Strictly speaking, not a lot of difference there. And so this was kind of a common complaint that for a given series, every game kind of felt like the same game to a certain extent. Obviously, Battle Network 3 to 4 also had some other differences, including the graphical style they went with. Sorry, I did my best to turn my hand in so that you didn't see what's like. It's healing, and it's mostly just like a scar at this point, but it still doesn't look great on camera. So Mega Man 9 coming around doing a throwback to the originals on the NES was fine, but then they did it again for 10, and it was like, okay, so is the plan to just be doing NES Mega Man games now? I think Mega Man 11 was a much better approach for this personally, but yeah, we did a handful of episodes, wasn't very long. I think it was like maybe 10 episodes in total, the last of which was me doing like the challenge mode of the game just to see how far I could get. Super Mario Land, on the flip side, was the start of the Super Mario Wario-thon series. Super duper short. It was like 40 minutes. The game is tough. It's not nothing, but it's also not like crazy hard. And I have played the game many, many times. I played it growing up, so I'm like used to a lot of the more evil shit they try pulling. Not the least of which is gravity is so immediate in that game. If you walk off a platform, it's like like you're just down. Which makes some of the platforming segments kind of tough. There's no... I keep wanting, like, my brain always goes to, like, Jaguar jumps and cougar frames. I don't know what the fuck it's called, but the point is, there's no leeway whatsoever. The second your foot's off the edge, you're down. Good music. You know what? I'll take it back. Some of it's good music. The fourth world of the game straight up does the, like, thing, and it's just like, oh, no. For an area that is very much based off of China. I think Super Mario Land was developed in Japan. It doesn't necessarily make it better. China and Japan do not get along either. But it's so, as a kid, you don't notice. And in fact, to some degree, it was so normalized back in the 90s that you may not have even noticed in the first place. And now I'm a lot more aware of it. So when it suddenly just shrilly blares out of the speakers like that, you're just like, oh no, but yeah, it is still a fun game. It's barely Mario. It feels very... There are Mario fan games that feel more like Mario than this one does, but I digress. Mega Man 10 versus Super Mario Land. Then after that, we have Shantae Half Genie Hero versus Tempo. Shantae Half Genie Hero was one that I think I just streamed for its own sake when it came out. I think we only did like 4 streams to get through the whole thing. I had never played a Shantae game before, and I'd heard good things, and this was one that was fairly new at the time, so I was like, all right, let's give this a swing. I had a grand old time. One day I should go back and play more Shantae games, preferably ones that are not made by Limited Run Games. Hey! Anyway, yeah, it was a good time. It was a fun stream. It was a pretty short set of streams, ultimately. Like I said, I think it was just 4 of them. Tempo was one we played for the Complete 32X. This was myself and Jeff, and I believe CJ as well. I grew up with... I had Tempo Jr. on the Game Gear. It was the first video game I can remember losing. I lost it at my aunt's house, and then it just never was found again. She moved at one point, and they didn't find it then either, so I don't know what happened, but... Tempo is a platforming action type game. You play as this little bug. I don't know what kind of bug he's supposed to be, but he plays a little bug, and it's all very music themed, a lot of music levels, and he kind of snaps his fingers and throws little notes and stuff. It's very cute. It's very fun. Charming little game. We did it as a one-off, obviously, but I would love to go back and play the Tempo games, down the line too. But yeah, Shantae Half Genie Hero versus Tempo. All right, it's another day, and I've been blowing my nose a lot. Let's not worry too much about it. Next up, we have Pandora's Tower versus Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance HD. So Pandora's Tower was a game that was covered briefly for 90 Minute Nails. It was the first one in a few years, I believe, and we had a really big crew assembled for it. Sadly, we had some weird audio thing. I still don't know what the hell happened, but like... The audio was like jittery the whole time. I don't know why. The commentary audio, not the game. The game was fine. The game is like an action RPG, puzzle elements. You're kind of ascending a tower, trying to uncover the mystery of this character that has appeared. But we played for a little over an hour and a half, as is tradition for 90 Minute Nails, and we haven't gone back. It was one that CJ really wanted to jump into. And I don't know, maybe it's one that he was talking about potentially coming back to down the line when we had some more time. So Who knows? We might see this one in the future. Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance HD. So this is one that originated as a 3DS game, and then it got ported for the, I think, Kingdom Hearts 2.8 collection, whatever, HD 2.8 remix or whatever. We played it as part of the Heartless Let's Play. This is the one where Sora and Riku are sort of traveling through parallel worlds. They're traveling through, well, you find out that one of them is traveling through actual worlds and one of them is not. And it's a little bit, I'm still a little bit shaky on how that works, but because sometimes the worlds interact with each other in strange ways. It's bizarre. But yeah, this was one. I mean, I played it. Sarah was there. I think I was the one who played it. I think, because I remember being frustrated with the drop mechanic, because essentially there's always a timer running and you're forced to switch to the other world. And if you run out of time, then you just get forced to that. It's very funny at the end of the game because you kind of have to have both characters in the final loading zone at the same time to be able to do stuff. Actually, it might be that one of them can go to their final boss first and then the other one can, but we got the wrong one to their final boss first, so it would just be like they wake up in the room before the final area and we walk forward and they fall asleep again. But it was a fun game. It was nice to play Sora again. I think it had been a while since we actually got to play Sora properly. And I think that is the last story for Sora and Riku before Kingdom Hearts 3, which we haven't played yet, but we're going to. But yeah. It's gonna be nice getting back into those for a hot second anyway. There's not a ton of Kingdom Hearts left for us to cover. It's Union Cross, Kingdom Hearts 3, Dark Road, and Melody of Memory as we wait for Kingdom Hearts 4, especially since Missing Link isn't a thing now. But yeah, I'm rambling. Pandora's Tower versus Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance HD. Up after that, we have The Lost Heroes versus Mario Party. The Lost Heroes was an Ouya game we played for Ouya Oh No. It seems to be sort of a Lost Vikings-inspired title. It seemed fine. It was kind of like, it felt very flash gamey, which to be fair is how a lot of Ouya games work, since a lot of them are literally just ports of Android phone games. But it was myself and Sarah and Ben. I don't know. I mean, puzzle platformers, they're a little hit or miss. I don't think this is one that like wowed us super much, but we had an okay time with it. Mario Party is one that we've covered a couple times, so we played it as part of the first games. It was the rowing event. We did Paddle Battle, the infamous palm-destroying mini-game, where it was, oh god, who was in it? Sarah, Ian, Felice, and Jose, I believe, competed for that. And then it's come back a couple times as full games for Mario Party Madness. I think it's been like 3 or 4 of them. The last one being on, I think it was Eternal Star, which is the one that's all like broken and destroyed. And there were a ton of chance times going on. But yeah, so The Lost Heroes versus Mario Party. After that, we have Galaga versus Supreme Warrior. Galaga is another one of those games that needs no introduction. We played it as part of the NES Classic Edition. It's myself and Sarah and Jeff. I mean, it is kind of the like example of a shoot 'em up, of a vertical scroller shoot 'em up. You're in space, you're shooting bad guys, you're doing your thing. I think Galaga is the one where you can get a second ship if you let your ship get captured and then destroy the thing that captured it. That little buggy thing that like captures you is a bullshit item in the Smash Brothers games. But yeah, it's Galaga. Like, everybody knows Galaga. Supreme Warrior is a game that not everybody knows. It is a 32X game. We played it as part of the complete 32X. It was myself and Sarah. It's an FMV, first person fighting game, I guess is the best way to put it. You have like cutscenes that you're going through and all of that, but like oh man, it's a digital pictures game, if that means anything to you, where you are frantically trying to figure out what your stuff can actually do. Sometimes you like do like a block move, or you kind of go ha, and like those are your A, B, and C buttons and all of that. Like, very odd little game. I don't think we beat a single level because all of these FMV32X games are ridiculously hard. But we played for a while. It was one-off. There's a link in the attachments if you're curious about it. Strange game. One of these days, we are probably going to go back and do the 32X games again, both because it's a short series and also because we ran into a lot of technical issues the way that we handled it as an emulation thing. So maybe the next time we don't emulate it, we just do it the real way. But anyway, Galaga versus Supreme Warrior. All right, after that, we have Nights into Dreams versus NFL Quarterback Club. So Nights into Dreams is a game that I streamed 2 Christmases in a row. The first time around, we were having some kind of stream issue. It was super framey. I couldn't, like, I don't know what was going on. I think it was because I was, like, running a Dreamcast emulator and it wasn't, like, set up properly on my stream settings or something. This was during the era where I think my stream settings were still very broken, and I eventually fixed this. So the following year, I went and I played it, and I actually played the entire game. I beat the whole thing. It wasn't very long. I thought it would be a longer game. I didn't like 100% it exactly, but like I did beat the game and then had a little more time to check out Christmas Nights, which is its own whole thing. But I don't like Nights into Dreams very much. It's just a weird game in terms of like how you play it and how it controls and stuff. I don't know. It just wasn't a very interesting game to me. I know there's like one more, like Knight's Journey something or other. I think it's like Knight's Journey into Dreams or something, which maybe I'll check out at some point, but I'm not exactly in a rush for it either. On the other side, we have NFL Quarterback Club, a game we played for the complete 32X. Myself and Lindsay faced off in, I think, a pair of games for that, and Sarah was there as well. It's a football game. It seemed fine enough. There's, again, every sports game that comes up, I'm like, I don't know, it's a sports game. Sprites were okay, pretty decent. I mean, 32X had pretty solid sprite work. The menus seemed like they were generally fine. The play navigation stuff, too. Again, football, it's tough to actually get into like what makes a good football video game in a thing like this, but it's a one-off video. You can see for yourself. You can compare to the night streams, Nights into Dreams versus NFL Quarterback Club. Up after that, we have Sonic Mania Plus versus Super Mario 64. So Sonic Mania Plus was this was at a period of time, I don't think they're really doing it anymore, but especially when doing the like retro and retro styled Sonic games, they'd release the game and then they release a plus version that had a few extra bells and whistles. They did it with Sonic Mania. They did it with Sonic Origins. Sonic Mania Plus added Mighty and Ray. It added the Encore mode that was, I think, entirely just a like visual difference. I don't think there was actually any meaningful well, okay, that's not true. It changed the color palette and also changed the intro and ending sequences, but it also changed the main gameplay mechanic to something closer to Knuckles Chaotix, where you are, rather than having like lives in the traditional sense, you would, there's a little bug, you would have like, you are collecting characters, and each time you die, a character gets dropped from your list unless you collect them again. I guess almost more like Donkey Kong Country, really. But we played that in full. It was a good time. We did competition mode, which was fun. And then we brought it around. So we had done Sonic Mania, the original, for the marathon of the games, but Sonic Mania Plus, I fairly recently did a full race of with Shell Shock Prime, with Corshell Valent, with Mr. Ben. Your boy did pretty well, all things, being equal. And I just love Sonic Mania, and it was a really good time, both the original and Plus. Super Mario 64 is one that we originally played for the second game. So it was the, I think, skeleton event. It's like a sledding type event, which was I can't remember the name of it now. The Penguin Slide on Cool Mountain. which, that was a fun one. I thought that seemed like a fairly obvious wintry type sport event to do in there. And we then later played the entire game in full for, oh boy, I think it was Extra Life one year. We did, no, sorry, it was the D-pad 12th anniversary, where we did Super Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie as a 24-hour marathon stream. We did the whole thing. We got all 120 stars and beat Bowser. It was a grand old time. Classic game. There's no, I got no complaints about Mario 64 now or ever. So Sonic Mania Plus versus Super Mario 64. All right, after that we have Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn versus Sonic the Hedgehog Extreme. Not to be confused with Sonic Extreme, a different game, also unreleased. We can't ever seem to get a game with Extreme in it for Sonic. But Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn. So this is one that we did for the Dreamy Let's Play. The game was like super new when we were about to do Kirby's Epic Yarn for the Wii. So we just switched gears and did, I think it was the 3DS version was Extra Epic Yarn. I think so. I think that's how they went. Or maybe I got that backwards, but no, that sounds right. At the beginning, it was myself and Ben and Lindsay. By the end, it was myself and Sarah and Jeff. This is also the game that featured the fly into space like a rocket. Dreaming and creaming, y'all. So pretty memorable game. A bit of a weird one. Very different from a standard Kirby formula. And like, granted, a lot of Kirby games change up the formula, but this one is very different in that like Kirby can't inhale anything. And he uses essentially a like yarn whip to do stuff. So just, it's very, very different from the standard approach for Kirby. Tons to do. The game is massive. On the other side, we have Sonic the Hedgehog Extreme, which was a prototype for a like skateboarding extreme sports thing for Sonic. I think it was like also a browser game. I think that was the idea. Not very good, very janky. It was myself and Ben and CJ, and I think Jeff might have been there for this as well. We didn't play it for very long. It was at the beginning of Sonic Rivals, just to have like this weird prototype thing to look at. But like, it's so funny to be like, yeah, Sonic, dude, extreme sports. All right, get on the skateboard. Like slow. It's a slow game, not very exciting. We didn't play it for long, but it was an interesting enough time. Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn versus Sonic the Hedgehog Extreme. Next up, we have Sonic the Hedgehog Spinball for Game Gear versus Warhammer 40K Space Marine. Spinball is sort of a strange one for us, like in terms of how we handle it, because at first we just kind of skipped it. I don't think it's a matter of, oops, we forgot. I think it was a matter of, oh, they're too similar. And then I went and looked. I'm like, they kind of aren't. Like, they deviate pretty hard around the midpoint of the game. So we did cover the 8-bit Sonic Spinball. This is one that included, I think CJ and Felice were there with me for this. And, man, I don't know. Sonic Spinball is jank as hell. There's a certain weird charm to it that I do appreciate, but it is probably way, way down near the bottom for pinball, like mascot pinball games. I would say that Sonic Spinball is somewhere in the realm of Metroid Prime Pinball in terms of like playability and just general. Like, Prime Pinball is harder and less forgiving, but Sonic Spinball is also just like kind of a jank mess and not amazingly fun. So they're probably hovering around the same. One of these days I will make a like definitive list of mascot pinball games that we've played and seek out the rest of them too. But yeah, I don't know. We didn't play very long. We played for like an hour, and then I covered it for Sonic Weekathon 2 for Game Gear. Also played for like an hour before it was done. It was nice to be in and out quickly, but yeah, not. It's meh. As a game, it's meh. Maybe the Let's Plays and the streams were better, for you guys, but. And on the other side, we have Warhammer 40K Space Marine, which this is the game that I think always comes to mind for me for 40K video games for some reason. Even though they're all a fairly diverse set of gameplay styles, like we've seen side-scrolling action platformers, we've seen Doom-like games. This one is more in the realm of like Halo, modern Doom, actually less like Doom, more like Halo or like Mass Effect, those kinds of things, Gears of War, space shooty, shoot the aliens, get through big armor dudes. Dave played in 2 streams, got through I think the whole game in a very short amount of time, it was like 4 hours. And then wound up doing Space Marine 2 later on. So it's a pretty quick watch. If you haven't seen it before, there'll be a link in the attachments. You can go check that out. Pretty quick experience there. So Sonic the Hedgehog Spinball for not for Genesis, for 8-bit versus Warhammer 40k Space Marine. After that, we have Battletoads versus Colibri. Battletoads is one that Sarah and I played for Valentine's Day many years back. Just because it's a game that we've both played and both have struggled with, and we're like, let's give it a shot. We'll stream it. We'll see if we can finish it. We did not finish it. That game is hard as fuck. After that, though, for the 13th anniversary 2 years ago, we tried it again because the whole theme for the 13th anniversary was retrying stuff that we've done in the past. So this time, Sarah and I and Dave as well took a shot at trying to beat Battletoads. We still did not. We got further, but goddamn, some of those late levels are absurd. But this is where the meme of the Battletoads on our Discord server came from. Just because, like, when you're standing there, I think if you press down, you squat, and he goes like a big like face. And so we were just goofing around with that. Especially if one person died, then you both die in Battletoads. So while the other person's standing around is like, all right, well, I'll just fuck around for a couple seconds. So a little like silly shit. The biggest regret that I have is that our sound was not balanced correctly going into that segment of the 13th anniversary stream, and as such, the full effect is definitely not there. In the room, it was fucking hysterical. When I went to do the edit, I was not enjoying it as much. So this one might be a little betrayed by the edit, but that's how it goes. On the other side, we have Colibri, a game we did for the Complete 32X. This game is probably the number one reason I want to redo the 32X series one of these days, because it just kept crashing. Felice played, they were having a good time. It's a weird little, it has the same sort of vibe as Echo the Dolphin, but you play as a hummingbird. Colibri is, I was going to say Spanish, but I don't think that's right. But it means hummingbird in a language, and I've forgotten which one. It might be Japanese, I don't know. But we played it for a little bit. It kept crashing. We eventually were done with it. It made me very sad because it's like Echo in the sense that, like, it has this weird eerie undertone to it. I don't think it's intentional with Colibri. I think with Colibri that is not the intent, whereas with Echo that is the intent. But I'm sure you'll see it again at some point. Weird how this one is a matchup of 2 games we had technical problems with, but Battletoads versus Colibri. Okay, it's been a couple of weeks. I've been away, and we're back to finish this. I'm back from Super Zelda-thon. Let's continue. Next up, we have Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland versus Monument Valley Panoramic Edition. So Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland is the first of the Kirby remakes, I guess. They kind of spruce up. Nowadays, it's a little more of a formalized thing, but in the earlier days, they just kind of were like, surprise, here's a remake. So this is a remake of Kirby's Adventure for I think the Game Boy Advance. And I forget if this was the game that started it or if it was before or after. No, I think this is the one that started it. This was the game that featured the new Kirby logo. It also began like the better part of, I think, a decade's worth of Kirby games that used either identical or nearly identical sprites across everything, which, to be fair, the Game Boy games did that for a while too. They had very, very similar sprites for a long time, but this is kind of a new sort of generation of that. So this is one that we played for the channel as part of the Dreamy Let's Play. It also included some new modes that were in the original. Like, I think Meta Nightmare was a mode that got introduced, and it became kind of a tradition for Kirby remakes to include a mode where you play as Meta Knight through the main game. I'm going to be a little bit less precious about showing my wrist at this point. It's mostly healed, but hopefully it's not, too jarring for folks. But yeah, we had a good time with that. I think we actually did it in kind of 2 parts. Like, I think we came back from Meta Nightmare at one point, but it also was a game that I played in the Nightmare and the Dreamy Let's Play streams for 100%ing. I think it was like an extra game and the boss rush makes sense. I think that was probably what that was. I don't recall it being too intense. It might even literally have been a single stream. And then we also had Monument Valley Panoramic Edition. So before I talk about this one, just want to say very disappointed in Us2, the game studio, because they're extremely AI forward at this point, which bums me out, because we had kind of a nice thing going for a little while. I had played Monument Valley 1 on my phone prior to doing. I did 1 and 2 I think I did it as a single stream. But I played Monument Valley on my phone at one point before getting into this, and I liked it a lot, and I hadn't played the second, so I played them back to back, and they're charming little isometric games with sort of a soft, how do I describe this? It's like, it's not a cozy game, but it's like kind of got like a soft ambient absent vibe, if that makes sense. Like, it's a very empty-ish sort of world you're in. And it's very minimalist, I guess, might be a good one too. But you're solving puzzles that are essentially, they're not all this way, but a lot of them feature optical illusions. The engine is put together in a way where, if you have like a platform that just kind of ends and then you rotate the camera so it spins around, it may connect to a platform that it wasn't connected to before. So it's essentially optical illusions as a game. It is a charming little game. Again, very disappointed in Us2 games. I have not played Monument Valley 3 specifically because I don't want to endorse what they're into at this point. But those are the two games that are up against each other: Kirby, Nightmare in Dreamland, and Monument Valley Panoramic Edition. Up after that, we have Kitten Bounce versus Tecmo Baseball. Kitten Bounce is a game we played as part of Ouya Oh No. This one I recall being pretty low on our list. We didn't make like a full like list or tier list or anything, but we had a general sense of where these games ended up, and this one I think was quite low. It's essentially like if you were to imagine like a Pong 2, that's more or less what this is. You have two paddles on the sides, and you're bouncing, your ball back and forth. And in this case, the ball is a cat that is curled up into a ball, so it makes cat noises. And sometimes mice and ants, I think, appear, and if you hit them, you get extra points. We played for like 10 minutes. We couldn't even squeeze a full 15 out of this. I think it was myself and Jeff and maybe Sarah were there for this. Didn't impress us very much, to be dead honest. There's only the one video, and it's very short, so easy to watch if you want to see it. On the other side, we have Tecmo Baseball, which is a game that we played for the games. This was part of the first games for our baseball event. I grabbed this one specifically because it was the baseball game that I grew up with, Tecmo Baseball. I believe the other popular one at the time would have been R.B.I. Baseball. But I think it was R.B.I. Baseball, but I hadn't played that one. I think that was a better game ultimately, but Tecmo Baseball is the one that I had growing up, and I thought it'd be cute to include it there. This one featured our four teams going up against each other. I forget who was on John's team for this representing. It was Dustin. So it was myself, Dustin, Lindsay, I think. And I don't remember who was playing on the fourth team for Tierra de los Hermanos Hook. But we had Evil Hippie on the mic for this, doing commentary, standard sports style commentary. It was a good time. It was a fun one. It's a longish video, even by the game's standards, but that's just because the baseball games are a little bit on the long side. But it is just the one video, so if you haven't seen it before, highly recommend. Always recommend the games. Those have been a fun time, and I'm still in the midst of working out the third ones. But Kitten Bounce versus Tecmo Baseball. All right, after that, we have Gradius versus Metalhead. So Gradius was a game we played for the NES Classic Edition series. What is there even to say about this game? It's a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up in the same way that Super Mario Brothers is a platforming game. This is kind of the granddaddy of side-scrolling shoot-'em-ups. I don't think it's the first one. It might be. I don't think it is. But it's the first one that comes to mind for me if I'm thinking of that as a genre. I'm sure it probably had an arcade version. Oh, the AC is... I'll have to turn that off after this. The there's so little to say about it because it's so well known. I think it'd be the same as talking about Super Mario Brothers or like Sonic 1, which I think we talked about a little bit already. Or maybe we didn't. No, we would have had to. It was literally the first game we talked about. But yeah, it's a classic. I mean, we did it as a single video. It's the only stuff we ever did for it. Similarly, Metalhead is one that we did for the complete 32X, which this is the one where you play as like a mech or a person in a mech that's like engaging in battles in like city streets from like a first-person perspective. This one was kind of weird. It was myself and Sarah. I'm trying to remember if it was just us. It might have been. But kind of a clunky and weird game. Like the radar isn't always very good at telling you where enemies actually are. And there was one stage in particular, I think we spent like 5, maybe 10 minutes just trying to find the last enemy because they were just tucked in some weird road in the city. Has some like 90s, like early 90s, mid 90s type jank in there. Like they clearly just took a couple photographs of one of the developers to use as like your shop guy, and made a bunch of sprites of him and whatever. Like there's a certain like janky charm to it, but yeah, I don't remember much about the experience of it. But you know, again, this is also just one video, easy enough to go check out. So Gradius versus Metalhead. All right, after that, we have Donkey Kong Jr. versus R.B.I. Baseball 95. Donkey Kong Jr. is another one we did for the NES Classic Edition. It's funny the way that we do this. We wound up with large clusters of like repeating series. But this is one that I did with Ben and Jeff. Also a bit of a classic. Not as much of a classic as the original Donkey Kong, obviously. But I feel like people have a soft spot for Donkey Kong Jr., by comparison, like nobody cares about Donkey Kong 3, so Donkey Kong Jr. still works, in my opinion. Challenging game. I always found it's a clever twist on the formula. Let's make Donkey Kong the one who's captured and make Mario the one doing it. Donkey Kong Jr. Does his platforming very differently from Mario. I always find it kind of fun because, like, so for the original Donkey Kong, Mario's got his platforms horizontally that he occasionally jumps over stuff on his way up or to wherever. And then you've got Donkey Kong Jr., where most of his maneuvering is vertical through, like, vines and stuff. So, like, you do have a very different flavor there. Thought that was a kind of a fun touch. But we played it for the NES Classic Edition. We've only ever played it for just the one episode, so there's not a ton going on there. Same can be said for R.B.I. Baseball 95, which I think was just Jeff and I for the complete 32X. It's another baseball game. It's another 32X sports game, which means that it's got a bunch of like digitized sprites and rotoscoped sprites. And it's huge. When you're at bat, the batter is enormous on the screen. And it's like done up as just one gargantuan sprite, which I'm sure took a ton of the game's space because you had to do that for everyone's different uniforms and things. But it's another baseball game on the 32X. There's only so much you can say about these sports games. I'm sorry that I can't say more. I wish that I could go more in depth on these, but like, again, we're talking more about, the videos that we produce, not the actual games themselves. So it's kind of a tough one, especially for these console plays where we get very little time with them. There's a few games that have really remarkable, memorable moments, but I feel like a lot of them, it's a tougher sell. It's going to be interesting to see how this one goes, where we've got two console plays up against each other. But Donkey Kong Jr. versus R.B.I. Baseball 95. And now for something completely different, we have Celeste versus Paper Mario the Thousand-Year Door. This one's going to be brutal. I think there's going to be some fists flying in this particular one, but we'll see. Maybe not. Maybe it's going to lean hard one way or the other. So Celeste is one of the most incredible platforming experiences I've ever had. A game by 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 No, I think it's Thorson. With oh no, see now I am gonna forget. With music by Lena Rain, aka Kurain. At least in part. I don't know if she had done music for the entire thing or if it was just for the DLC at the end of it all. The DLC that I'm also forgetting the name of. This I planned for this so well. I keep wanting to say Forgotten. It's not Forgotten. and then my brain wants to say Homecoming or something, which is also wrong. Anyway, Celeste is an incredible game, and it was on my wish list for a little while before I got around to it, and then I played it, and it was wonderful. It's a game that in some instances is only as hard as you decide you want it to be, and then later on, whether it's the B-sides and C-sides, or like the later levels, or even the sort of post-game DLC, or even just the post-game level, let alone the post-game DLC, it gets infinitely harder, to the point where you could easily spend, I forget how many hours I spent playing the DLC for that one. We did it in one stream, but it took a while to get through there. Holy cow. This was one that was just as its own thing. It wasn't part of like a series of anything. It was just like, hey, here's Celeste. I think it was 5 streams plus the DLC. And the very last thing I did in the so I 100%ed the game, which meant getting all the strawberries. I did not bother to try going for like all the golden strawberries, because that seems so intense. Maybe that's something I can go back to sometime, though. I've been feeling the itch. I haven't played Celeste. I think it was Celeste 64 yet, but I would love to go back and play more Celeste. I almost did a stream of the Strawberry Jam levels, too. Maybe that'll be a fun thing to do at some point. Sound off in the comments. But the very last thing I did for the original set of streams after I beat the game was I went back and I got the winged golden strawberry in the first level, which took a while. That was so stressful. I'm glad that it'll hang on per screen. Because, like, if you fuck up once, one screen from the end, and then you have to do the entire thing all over again, because, oops, I accidentally dashed, like, awful. So I appreciate that they don't do that, but extremely difficult challenge, but I did barely get it in the end. So all of that is in there. Celeste was a really great time. Meanwhile, it's up against another incredible game, which is Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, which folks, very regularly refer to as just straight up the best Mario RPG game, which I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I would say it's for sure way up there. I would have to sit and think through that a little bit. I have a deep nostalgia for Super Mario RPG, so that does kind of color things a little bit for me. Out of the Paper Mario series, I haven't played them all, but I would say it's probably the best there. It's definitely better than the original. I would say it's probably better than Origami King, though I do like Origami King, though also the battle system is a little bit on the shallow side, technically. And then Mario and Luigi, they all feel like one game to me in the end, even though they've got very different mechanics and things. So that's a little bit tough for me to think through there too. But yeah, I guess it's at least in contention, if not the number one. But so this was another one. So I had a habit. I had a thing that I was doing for a while where for a pair of streams, so this was the second time we did this. The first time I played on one day of the week, I would play Paper Mario, and then on another day of the week, I would play Mario and Luigi, and I would play them simultaneously, I would play them concurrently until I finished them both, and then I came back later, so I did Superstar Saga for the first one there, and then I came back a few years later, and I did Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, along with Mario and Luigi. Was it Partners in Time? I think it would have been Partners in Time as number 2. Right, because then I think Bowser's Inside Story is 3 and Luigi's Dream Team is 4. I have not played Brothership yet. I've played all the and I have not played Paper Jam either. But I figure it's a fun way to do that. So maybe I'll wind up doing that with, what is the third Paper Mario? Is that Color Splash or is it Sticker Star? I think it's Color Splash. I guess it'd be Super Paper Mario actually. So maybe that'll be the next thing that I do, at some point is Super Paper Mario and, Bowser's Inside Story or something. Or maybe I have to just do Super Paper Mario on its own because I want to keep those lined up so I can do Paper Jam and have it be, because it'll cover both. But anyway, Played through it, had a lovely time. The entire series is up on YouTube. Yeah, this is the original version, by the way. I played the GameCube version. I did not play, GameCube. I have not played the Switch remaster, which I know has been a little controversial because of stuff like frame rate and a few other things going on. But yeah, so Celeste versus Paper Mario: The 𝗤𝗏𝗡𝗡𝗏 Door. After that, we have Sonic Battle versus Darkwood. Sonic Battle is a somewhat infamous game in its own right. Some people love it, some people don't. There's a lot about the game that I do like. However, I do also feel that it's a pretty stiff fighting game, and the story mode leaves a lot to be desired in terms of, like, the story itself is fine, but the pacing of the actual gameplay and battles is not good. Many instances, and increasingly so over the course of the game, there'd be a moment where you would get into a battle and be like, oh, let's fight. And you have like, first to 5 wins. And then the battle ends. And then the person goes, oh, yeah, I'm not going down that easy. And another battle starts. And this time it's to 5 again, or maybe even 10. But otherwise is exactly the same battle. Terrible pacing problems, terrible padding problems. It's not good. So there's that. There's also the way that Emerald, sort of the main character of the game, gains abilities is by fighting other characters and then at random sometimes learning moves of theirs after the fact. So if you're unlucky, you can wind up with some complete garbage for a moveset, and you essentially have to level up in order to even equip some of this stuff because you don't have the ability points essentially to spend on them. So it's very, very slow. We didn't engage with like any of the grinding that the game wants you to do, and instead just used cheese strats whenever we could after a certain point because it was becoming unbearable. But the game wants you to play a lot of it. It wants you to play a lot of it in order to get stuff. 100%ing a game like that seems like a complete nightmare. So there's Sonic Battle. It was myself, John in the beginning, Jeff in the end. It was not a good time. And then there's Darkwood, which is a game that was streamed, I believe, by Dave. This one is a top-down horror survival game. You have very limited resources. You're going to be in a lot of dark spaces, whether it's a building or wilderness or what have you. And you have a flashlight, which does kind of shine in front of your character as they're walking around. So it's a very oppressive kind of vibe for the game because it's so dark. There's some, vague gore things going on in there too, if I recall correctly. And yeah, it's interesting. It's sort of, I keep falling back on that. I have to delete that word from my vocabulary. But yeah, it seemed like a neat enough survival horror game. It's very resource managey from what I could tell. There's a lot of like, looting of bodies and things in order to get scraps that you then do stuff with in order. So there's like, I believe there's like crafting in there as well. But it's just the one stream. It's a little under 3 hours. So if you're curious about that, I would highly recommend checking it out. This was during Dave's kind of one-off stream series, I guess. It's not really a series, but there was a while where he was streaming like one-offs, repeatedly and just picking new ones. So if you're interested in that, there's just the one stream. But yeah, Sonic Battle versus Darkwood. Next up, we have Mega Man ZX Advent versus Wario Land 2. So Mega Man ZX Advent is the second of, so far, fingers crossed, 2 games in the Mega Man ZX series, which is chronologically it's not the last, it's the second to last of the classic timeline of Mega Man, which has Mega Man, Mega Man X, Mega Man Zero, Mega Man ZX, and then thousands of years later beyond that we have Mega Man Legends. ZX Advent was one of the last games that we got before Mega Man went into its hiatus. I think we got Mega Man ZX Advent, then we got Mega Man Star Force 3, then we got Mega Man 9, and then we got Mega Man 10. I think that's the order of those. I might be off by a little bit. But it was the last it was the last one that was actually kind of in a chunk of timeline in classic Mega Man that actually mattered lore-wise. Mega Man 9 and 10 were never going to like mean anything, though Mega Man 10 does have the 𝗨𝗏𝗧𝗏 plot line, which, you know, a lot of folks have headcanoned into being an early form of the Maverick virus. But so ZX Advent takes place a couple years after ZX. You play as one of a pair of new characters who are not the protagonists from ZX. I forget which ones are which. There's Va, there's Ash, there's Ale, and there's Gray. I think Gray and Ash might be the choosable heroes for this one. Anyway, you're going up against ultimately Master Wily. There's kind of a triumvirate of people who are running sort of the world at this point, and they are their namesakes are Thomas Light, Albert Wily, and is Dr. Cossack's first name Mikhail? Because there's Mikhail in there too. But so the one that is, you know, named after Dr. Wily winds up being the bad guy here. He's been instigating this whole thing, but then you find out in a secret twist at the end that actually Master Thomas, the one named after Dr. Light, also has his own ulterior motives and is primed to be the bad guy of a Mega Man ZX3 that we never got. So this is one that was mostly, I believe, John and I. Ben might have been there for part of this. I don't recall off the top of my head. Yeah, the ZX games are pretty good. They feel very similar to the Zero games. There's a reason that the Zero and ZX games are put together for the Legacy Collection. It's essentially if the Zero games were also slightly Metroidvania-y. So there's that. For ZX Advent, I believe you gain the ability through the Model A biometal to transform into well, we'll get into this in a second, which allows you to transform into the physical form of the various boss robots that you fight. The Model A, I believe at first is implied to be Axel, because all the biometals are based on pre-existing Reploids. You have your Model X and Model Z. You have, Model H, Model P, Model F, and Model L, I think, which are the four Guardians. I'm trying to remember what their collective title is in Mega Man Zero. There's a Model O that is based on Omega. There's a Model W that is based on not Dr. Wily, but Dr. Vile. German pronunciation. That's always kind of how I assume that went anyway. The bad guy for the last two Zero games. And then in this game, there's a Model A, which is initially, it's strongly implied to be based off of Axel, but I do believe that there's an implication that it is also A for Albert. Whether I don't recall whether that's because it has a chunk of Master Albert or if it's in reference to Albert Wily. I don't remember. But yeah, it was interesting to have, there's that word again, to have a game that left it's so rare. Literally, there are 3 cliffhangers that I can even think of existing in, I guess that's not fair. Some of the Mega Man X games have a bit of a cliffhanger to them in the sense that they go like, hey, some bad stuff might happen in the future. X and Zero might have to fight. Zero is going to lock himself away sometime, but like they're a little bit softer. The most direct cliffhangers I can think of in the Mega Man series are at the end of Mega Man X8, where you see that Axel has like a damaged head crystal, that is meant to imply certain things. Mega Man ZX Advent, where the last thing you see is Dr. Thomas or Master Thomas flanked by the Hunters and threatening to reset the world, and Mega Man Legends 2, where Mega Man is stuck on the moon and Roll and Tron are collaborating to try to figure out how to rescue him. And all three of those games did not get a sequel. Like, oof. Rough. So Mega Man ZX Advent. On the other side, we have Wario Land 2, which was a game that I played as part of the Super Mario Wario-thon. This one's such a charming game to me because it's very much the transition point between the early Wario Land games and the later Wario Land games. And the distinguishing feature between those is, so the early Wario Land games are kind of, I don't know why it feels like an older one. It might just be because it's a Game Boy game, where the others start to get into like Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance. But the later Wario Land games, Wario can't die. He just gets damaged, loses coins, loses his power-up, and you have to kind of like work your way through doing all of that, which is also the case in this one, if I recall correctly. But just the general vibe, the look of the game, it feels very spiritually similar to Wario Land 1 and Virtual Boy Wario Land, which has, ways that Wario can die. He has his like Mario-style power-ups, but he doesn't have his like Wario-style transformation power-ups. I think in Wario Land 2 is where we start seeing the Wario transformations start to come into play. But one of my very favorite things, Wario Land 2, at the start of the game, in the first level, your alarm clock goes off, and if you sit there for like 15 seconds, the stage ends and you get a branching path immediately, which I thought is very adorable, because you have a bunch of branching paths through the levels, and depending on how you clear levels, you advance to different levels and all of that. So... and then I want to say, if you beat every single stage, including through all the branching paths, you get all the treasures, then you unlock one final level that's this weird, abstract, like strange place. It was a fun time. It was a game that I just covered for the series for that. But if you've never seen it, it's a very worthwhile game. I enjoy it quite a lot, and I generally like it. I generally like it better than 3 and 4. Over time, I like the Wario Land games a little less because they feel less like the ones that I really grew up with, which is Wario Land 1 and Virtual Boy Wario Land and Wario Land 2. I do like when there are actual stakes and it's not just, okay, you're just annoying me now. But regardless, Mega Man ZX Advent versus Wario Land 2. Okay, so after that, we have Resident Evil 2 for the Gamecom versus Pitfall, the Mayan Adventure. Resident Evil 2 for Gamecom. So this is one that we did as kind of an April Fool's type prank for Let's Play Dead. We were about to do Resident Evil 2, and while doing the research for this, I discovered that there was a Gamecom port, and we had, I believe at the time, already done Sonic Jam for the Gamecom. So I had everything already set up. I was like, hey, you know what? I'm going to cover this. We can do a one-off. And the thought process was, man, this game is gonna suck because Sonic Jam was terrible, and we loaded it up and like, it is janky, the frame rate is bad, and it doesn't sound amazing, but it's actually a pretty okay game. It actually is pretty decent. It's by way of so the screens you're on are very like LucasArts almost, in terms of like point and click type interaction. You're walking in like a set camera area. And what's funny is it actually does make it feel very similar to older Resident Evil games, where you have like security cam type camera angles to work with. And the combat was tricky but fair. And like, it's actually a pretty decent game. It's just a one-off video. We just do it the one time, but like, honestly, wouldn't even be opposed to going back and playing more of it. I believe it was myself and CJ and Felice. I don't remember off the top of my head who else was there, and I didn't pull up the video to double check that. On the other side, we have Pitfall, the Mayan Adventure, which we played as part of the Complete 32X. This was Sarah and myself playing this one, and what I can say about it is, like, it is sort of a Pitfall game. Sort of. It really feels more like I don't know, the Jungle Book or the Lion King, like any of those like Disney games for like the Sega Genesis or Super Nintendo. This feels more in line with those. I don't really know how to describe why or how, but that's just kind of what it feels like. In my head, Pitfall is always going to be the Atari game, the extremely difficult Atari game, where the platforming is the entire point, and it's usually like, you get through it or you don't type things. So it was a one-off for the Complete 32X. There wasn't a lot going on for either of these because they were both one-offs. So if you haven't seen them before, easy to check them out. The links are in the attachments. Resident Evil 2 for Gamecom versus Pitfall: The Mayan Adventure. After that, we have Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition versus Kirby Fighters 2. Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. So this is essentially a port for the most part. It's sort of a combined port. It's mostly a port of the original Hyrule Warriors, which was that for the Wii U? I'm trying to remember now. And also Hyrule Warriors Legends, I think is the name of the 3DS one, which focused more on like side characters in there. Like it had other, like it had Wind Waker as part of it, for example. And just other like universes or points in the timeline that weren't focused on for the original Hyrule Warriors. So this brings them all together. It is mostly just a port of the original, with the characters from Legends added in, and I think the story, like the extra missions, are also included there. I think we played through the whole game again, if I remember correctly, and ultimately took a little, like, we dipped our toes into adventure mode. We could literally never do a full Let's Play of the adventure mode of this game because for sure adventure mode would take like 1,000 hours to beat. It's genuinely the most insane sized thing imaginable. If I was going to do a subathon as a recurring thing, Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition is probably the game I would do it with because we could do that shit for years. If I did a subathon that was like a week straight, no sleep type stuff, we could do that for the better part of a decade. Like, if it was an annual thing. There's so much to Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. I have my save file that every like year or two I will like duck back into and play for a while. I'll put a bunch of hours in and it will feel like I've barely made any progress at all. But a bunch of us played. Myself, John, Ben, CJ was there for a bit. Lindsay was there for a bit. Sarah was there for a bit. This is also the one that ended with the teaser trailer for the legendary Let's Play A Terrible Fate, which is where we went back and played essentially all of like the non-core Zelda games, which would include stuff like freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupeeland, Ripen Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love. We played the Satellaview games. We played like the Nelsonic Game Watch and the Game and Watch Zelda game and stuff along those lines. It's also where we played the CDI Zelda games, and eventually we played the second quest to wrap everything up. But this is where we had the trailer for that, which was an interesting time. I thought that editing a little fiery vortex onto someone's eye, onto their iris, was going to be very easy, and it was not. That was a big pain. But, live and learn, I guess. The other game we have here is Kirby Fighters 2, which is a full game after having previously done an expansion, like a short expansion game called Kirby Fighters Deluxe, which was expanded from the Kirby Fighters sub-game included with Kirby, I think, Triple Deluxe. So in this one, you can have up to 4 players who you can battle each other, or you can battle your way through a story mode, where you climb a tower of a certain height and fight matches against one or more enemies on your way to the final boss, which in this case was King Dedede and Meta Knight together after a 50-floor tower. I say final boss, but I am fairly sure that there was one more unlocked difficulty after that is a 99-floor tower, which one day I will be beating as part of Nightmare in the Dreamy Let's Play. We haven't gotten there yet, but It was myself and Jeff and I think Peter and Lindsay. And the final assault on the 50-floor tower was myself and Lindsay just powering through it. It actually went better than I think we thought it was going to, but tough little game. But yeah, there's only 6 or 7 episodes, depending on how you count them. So it's, they do get long. They do get long after a certain point because we decided it made more sense to just do each run as its own thing rather than breaking them up. So yeah, but Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition versus Kirby Fighters 2. Okay, so next we have 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 versus Tabletop Simulator. This one's going to be strange. So 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is an Ouya Ono game. With I think literally it might have even literally been the same weekend that we were playing Kirby Fighters 2, but it was myself and Ben and Jeff. Oh no, it was Ben, not Peter, I think. So myself and Ben and Lindsay and I think Jeff, maybe Peter was in there. I'm trying to remember now, but this game is basically Hotline Miami, where you have a top-down, very violent, grab guns, shoot, get through levels type thing. The premise, I want to say, is Reagan and Gorbachev being captured by terrorists or extremists or what have you, and they have to fight their way out of their captor's base in order to stop nuclear war. Odd little game. Tough, too. It was a difficult game. We didn't play it for very long, if I recall, because it was just very tough, and we kind of got it by the time we got to the end of the episode. On the other side, we have Tabletop Simulator, which is a little bit of an odd duck here because it's on the list because it is its own Steam download, and we've included Duolingo, so why not include Tabletop Simulator? So Tabletop Simulator is itself a platform for playing games. And in fact, we've used it twice on the channel. We used it for the Hyrule Fantasy board game, which is a board game in the Zelda series based out of Japan. And I want to say Dave also used it at one point for the Stardew Valley board game. So we've used it multiple times. And those also have their own entries on this list. But yeah, Tabletop Simulator, and we may use it again. I've been meaning to crack into it to try putting the game that I made in college onto that to be able to see how it works in a more realized fashion. Yeah, I mean, it controls nicely most of the time. It's a great way to be able to do board game type, everything. It's a little bit, there are issues that it has where if something is visible, it can be visible to anybody that moves around. So there's a certain amount of playing in good faith and the trust system, honor system, what have you. But yeah, it's a pretty good way of doing board games digitally or remotely. And I hope we get to use it again. I have no idea how you guys are going to gauge this in the first place, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 versus Tabletop Simulator. All right, so next up we have Ghosts and Goblins versus The Amazing Spider-Man Web of Fire. Ghosts and Goblins is one we played for the NES Classic Edition. It is, I think, a port of the arcade game for Ghosts and Goblins, and I don't even think it was developed by Capcom. I think it was another company that did this. I mix up the games in this series a lot because, the presentation is very similar. Obviously, the graphical quality changes between them, but the opening levels feel extremely similar, and the general progression feels very similar. But Ghosts and Goblins is hard as shit, man. It's a really hard game. I think I played this one along with was it Sarah and Ben? I think, and this was a ways back. I don't think we got very far at all because that game it's not only is it difficult, it's also not amazingly well optimized for the NES, which is a rare thing, in my opinion, of having a game that just, it was framey on the NES, which is a bad sign. It's just tough as hell, man. There's not a lot to say about it because it's, again, with these iconic games, there's you just kind of, you either know it or you don't, and there's not a lot of ways to like meaningfully describe them, I find. On the other side, we have The Amazing Spider-Man Web of Fire, which is one we played for the complete 32X. This is a game where you play as Spider-Man dealing with the threat of Hydra that puts like a laser grid above the city. And I honestly feel like the only reason they do that, other than to suggest why, the X-Men can't show up because there's a laser grid that keeps them out or something, is also because they wanted to just put a crazy graphic in the sky. And this was their solution for that. Like, laser grids, go! It's an odd one. You have to rescue Daredevil as part of this because he's been kidnapped or captured or what have you. Weird game. This one was myself and also Sarah and Ben? I'm trying to remember. There's so many games. It's so hard to keep track sometimes. Both of these were just one-off games. We only did each of these for a single episode for their respective console plays. Both were pretty difficult for kind of different reasons. Ghosts and Goblins felt intentionally hard. Amazing Spider-Man felt janky hard. You know what I mean? But yeah, so Ghosts and Goblins versus The Amazing Spider-Man Web of Fire. So after that, we have Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest versus Tales of Iron. Simon's Quest is a pretty infamous game. You can probably thank James Rolfe, the Angry Video Game Nerd, for this, but it's essentially, it along with the original Metroid are essentially the like direct ancestors of the entire Metroidvania genre. The original Castlevania is not a Metroidvania game. It is a pretty straightforward like action platformer title, but Castlevania 2 does feature a lot of like wandering around, returning to old areas, and sort of a widely explorable map that Castlevania 1 does not have. Castlevania 1 is actually, in some ways, very similar to like a Ghosts and Goblins type game. It's a stage-based progression. But yeah, Simon's Quest. So the biggest problem that Simon's Quest has, in terms of, I mean, aside from the fact that it is very difficult, is that the localization is not good. The translations there are just straight up wrong in some instances. And some folks have suggested like, oh, maybe some of these characters are lying to you. And it's like, I think some of this is just badly translated. Like even the original 2 Zelda games on the NES had localization problems. I don't think it's like a stain on the game to be like, I got a bad localization. Like, it's not great. And in some cases means you're getting horribly misled on some really esoteric means of progressing in the game. Like, kneeling in front of a cliff in order to access an area. There's some weird stuff going on. But it's very difficult. Each time you die, you essentially lose all of your currency, which is not great because it means that you have to do a ton more work to catch back up and get, whatever you want to pay for and all of that. We played it as part of the NES Classic Edition. It was tough. I don't think we got amazingly far in it, but also with it being what it is, it's also a much larger game, too, than the original Castlevania. Tales of Iron is a game that Dave streamed. He did 2 streams for it and beat it. It's a game where you play as a rat king who is trying to protect his kingdom from the invasion of frogs, referred to, I think, as frog spawn. It's sort of in some ways it's in the realm of like a Hollow Knight type experience. The art style is sort of I almost want to say paper doll like, in the sense that like there's a specific form of creating like paper puppets where it's all like paper pieces and they're kind of like pinched together, maybe with like an actual rivet or something, so that you kind of use it as like a hinge, and everything's ActRaiser Renaissance and did ActRaiser do this? The Ghosts and Goblins remake, it was either ActRaiser or Ghosts and Goblins did this as its art style as well, and it gives everything kind of a ragdoll appearance. I'm not a fan of that look. I think it looks silly and it's kind of distracting, but yeah, you fight stuff, you collect items and things. It's a tough game, not like a horribly tough one, but there's some challenge there. Dave like very, very barely wound up beating the final boss when he went up against it. It's just 2 streams, so if you're not familiar, if you want to take a look at it, then we have the links in the description. In the attachments. But Castlevania 2: Simon's Quest versus Tales of Iron. After that, we have Team Sonic Racing versus Snowboard Kids. So we got 2 racing games up against each other. Team Sonic Racing is one we played for the Supersonic Let's Play when it was brand new. This one was kind of a departure from other Sonic Racing titles because this one is essentially like it's your Sonic crew, but it's mostly just them in very realistically physicsed out cars, in my opinion. Like, you can really feel the weight of the vehicles as you're driving around. The gist of this is that you're always on a team of 3 as you're doing your races. This factors into the story mode. And, there's like items and stuff you can do, but it does generally feel a bit different from the others. Definitely feels different from Sonic Racing Cross World, where you're back to being kind of a solo driver. The story mode wasn't like amazing, but it was, kind of an interesting way to play through the game. I don't even think we played it for all that long. It wasn't like a super dense story mode or anything, but it was a fun time. It was one of the games we got to play at E3, which was pretty neat. We went in 2018 to E3, and we got to play Team Sonic Racing. We got to play Smash Ultimate. We got to play Spyro Reimagined Trilogy. And yeah, this is one of the ones we got to play, and it was a pretty good time. It was worth getting in line and checking out. We also have Snowboard Kids, which is a game we played for the second games. It was our snowboarding event, obviously. We just straight up had everyone racing downhill for this one. We had our friends Game Face, Max, and Lynn doing the commentary for this event, which was great to be able to feature them on the channel. I think it was just a regular race. Like, it was a full set of laps down one of the courses. Like, it wasn't anything super crazy or anything. But I don't know. It was a fun one to do. It was either going to be that or like, there was always the chance of like SSX Tricky or 1080 Avalanche or something along those lines. But to me, when we were doing a snowboarding event, there was really only one option. And that includes even the alternatives of Snowboard Kids too. So no, we did Snowboard Kids. So it was a good time. And I miss it. Yeah. So Team Sonic Racing versus Snowboard Kids. All right. After this, we have Laser Knights versus Worlds Collide Final Fantasy VI Randomizer. Laser Knights was a game that we played as part of Ouya Oh No. And this one, it's sort of a like space jousting game. In fact, it's if you Joust, the old school like NES game, it might have been an arcade game too, probably. It was a side-scrolling one. I think you're on like ostriches or something, and you are like trying to hit each other. This would be like a top-down version of that, and also you're in space. Like, you look to be someone with a lance on like a rocket horse, and you're flying around. You have to hit your opponents. You can shoot at them and stuff too. The downside here, I think it was myself and Ben and Jeff. The downside here was that the game. So when we did Ouya Oh No, the premise for this was we downloaded as many free games as were available on the system because after Razer bought Ouya, they very quickly shut down Ouya. Like, they just shut everything down for it. It was very silly. But so that also meant the servers were going down, and that meant a handful of games were going to be borderline unplayable or unusable. And also we wouldn't be able to download new games, which is why I grabbed as much stuff as I could, because I was like, all right, we've got it's now or never. And in fact, by the time I was grabbing games, the credit card payment system was already also down, so you could not pay for games at this point. So I went and grabbed a bunch of stuff, and this is a game where either you could pay for the full game and play it freely, or if you didn't pay for it and played for $0, you were allowed to play one game per day. So this video features exactly one game of Laser Knights. And it was fine. It wasn't anything to write home about. It wasn't terrible. It was a very short experience. We spent almost half the video on like the credits page because we had so little to talk about, but it's a short enough video that you can go and watch it. On the other side, we have Worlds Collide Final Fantasy VI Randomizer. So this is one we've done a couple times. Dave did a solo stream where like he played through it, and I think it was like a 4-ish hour experience for that. FF6 Randomizer, despite the length that FF6 normally is a much faster way to play the game. We also had a as I'm thinking about this, I think the playlist is missing a video because the playlist, yeah, I think it's definitely missing a video. I'll have to go and fix this. Or separately include, maybe I messed this up on the post here. But so oh no, it is separately included. Okay. Because so Dave did a solo one. There was also one that was was it Dave and Jeff that did this? I'm trying to remember who the four, because we had 𝗥𝗢𝗡𝗏 and Zachareth. Oh, and Jeff and Chewbacca. We had Jose that was on this as Team Red and Team Blue going up against each other in a competitive race, essentially doing a multi-world of the Final Fantasy VI Oh, no, it wasn't multi-world. I think it was just both teams had two people doing the randomizer, and it was whoever had, I think, the shortest collective time was the victor. It also came back for our 13th anniversary stream, where I think that was where Dave and Jeff did it together or something along those lines. Or no, they were racing. They were racing through this to see who could get through it faster. So we've done a few of these at this point. There's all these links here in the attachments for it. It's fascinating to see how different the game can be with the right seeds. But yeah, so Laser Knights versus Worlds Collide Final Fantasy VI Randomizer. All right, then we have Kirby Squeak Squad versus Mega Man's Christmas Carol Remix. Kirby Squeak Squad is a game we played for the Dreamy Let's Play. This is the game where famously Kirby rips shit up because someone stole a cake from him. I believe it was a cake. It was a strawberry shortcake, wasn't it? But he goes up against the Squeak Squad with Daroach and all of that. We played it originally, many years back, and then I brought it back for the Nightmare in the Dreamy Let's Play, where the only thing I had to do here was play extra mode. We had done everything else in there, so all I had to do was play extra mode and collect all the treasures on the way through. So not a very intense Nightmare stream there. Charming game. This is near the tail end of the Game Boy Advance DS era Kirby art style and sprite set thing that they were doing. It's a fun game. Sometimes the Squeak Squad is a little annoying, but and then there's the music that plays anytime they're around. Is that the one that's like plays constantly in that game, and it plays more and more and more as time goes on. We also have Mega Man's Christmas Carol Remix, which is one that I believe, so as part of the Mega Let's Play, I want to say this was part of the Christmas 2021 series that we did. This is the one that I did a whole musical intro for, set to Gingerbread Man. That one was a fun time. I like being able to do live music-y type intros for our Christmas series. I don't know why, but it feels right. Cute little game. It's only 6 boss battles, but for this one you fight the ghost of Jacob Marley and the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future before you go off. And I think there's Snow Miser or something, and then a final boss. Challenging and creative. We haven't played the original version of it just because the remix kind of replaced it a few years after. But it was a nice chance to do that. I don't have a lot else to say about it. I think it was John and I that did that. It was a pretty short video overall, but yeah, it was a fun time. Kirby Squeak Squad versus Mega Man's Christmas Carol Remix. Okay. Next up, we have Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix versus Donkey Kong 64. Two very different experiences. Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. So this is really where we kicked off properly the Heartless Let's Play, because we had done Kingdom Hearts Final Mix as a Patreon, a Patreon decided like third game back when we had like third games and we weren't doing 20 games. And sometime after that, I went and I streamed Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, and I snuck in a thing at the end that was the reveal that we were actually going to do a Kingdom Hearts franchise play. But this, I believe it was Kingdom Hearts 2, was the first one that we did that was on the couch commentary as an official Heartless Let's Play thing. Like, we knew that we were doing a full series thing. I'll be honest, I don't remember a ton from the actual Let's Play itself, only because so much of my memory of this game, other than like the Traverse Town, Twilight Town stuff at the beginning, I just with like Roxas and all that. The biggest things I remember about this game were struggling so hard with the organization fights, the Sephiroth fight, and everybody's favorite, the Lingering Will fight, which I think might have been the first thing I tried to go mess with after we beat the game. I got my shit rocked, and then I came back literally as like the very last thing to do before closing up the game. Lingering Will, it's so funny because like Kingdom Hearts has just a crazy number of super bosses, and every game you think that they've come up with their hardest, most insane bullshit super boss, and then the next game comes out and it's even harder and even more bullshit, and you have to like come up with a whole strategy specifically for that. It's awful. It's a great game. I like the physics. Like, the physics feel tighter than Kingdom Hearts 1. I think this is where where the series really figures out what it's trying to do in a broader sense. And I don't know that I'd say it's my favorite Kingdom Hearts game. That might go to Birth by Sleep currently. Dream Drop Distance is also pretty well up there. But I'd say those two and two. I don't think that's probably not a very hot take. The 3 Kingdom Hearts games between 1 and 3 that actually play like Kingdom Hearts games are the best ones. Wow, crazy. But regardless, it was a very good time. We played it for a long time. We played it for, a good year or two, I think. Just because it went on for so long and it was a weekend series. But yeah, so that was a pretty cool one. Donkey Kong 64 is a game we played for Extra Life, I want to say 2021. And it was just, I think it was it just Donkey Kong Country or Donkey Kong 64? Yes. Yeah. I'm thinking, I was confusing it briefly with the I think 12th anniversary stream where we played Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie. Donkey Kong 64 was the only thing we played. And this featured a number of interesting things in there that come to mind right away. The first one being the Lanky's inflation fetish song, because if you stepped on his panel and you hit the button, he would inflate and start floating, and Jeff came up with a whole song about how much Lanky loved being blown up like a balloon. I think we named one of the VOD segments after it. It's a great time. You should go watch. The other one being the point in which we realized we had to dial in our food-based donation incentives a little bit, because for this one, we had a dono incentive where every $64 we raised, someone, could be anyone, had to eat one banana. And I think I bought a lot. I bought too many bananas. I might have bought, I don't think I bought 64 bananas, but I might have. And we made a lot of banana bread afterwards. We eventually realized that the human body does not like eating a lot of bananas if you're not going to really burn that energy off. So somewhere around 5 bananas was the point where Jeff and I both realized, because we had both been eating bananas, we both kind of simultaneously realized that we were probably not going to be physically capable of eating any more bananas. I don't know how it felt for Jeff, but for me, it felt like I had eaten a cannonball and it was just sitting in there. It was extraordinarily painful to move at all. And it was a bad time afterwards, too. We'll just leave it at that. But it was a fun game. We got through it in about 24 hours, I think. And yeah, that's all I can really say. One of these days, I feel like we got to play it again, just because it is a classic, even despite its jank and all that. But maybe we'll even get the secret coin. I don't think we did the secret coin during this one, but anywho, Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix versus Donkey Kong 64. Okay, next up we have Chrono Trigger versus Sonic Origins. So Chrono Trigger is one that we played. This was actually, I don't even think there was like a specific reason. Like, it wasn't part of a bigger series or anything. It was just, we decided to play it because it was another, or was this the first one? It was a Super Nintendo game that Ben hadn't played. So John and I were both like, oh, we can definitely justify playing some Chrono Trigger. So we had Ben play that. It wasn't like a crazy long series. I think people forget that Chrono Trigger is actually pretty short by RPG standards, even of the era, I would say. But it's a classic to this day. It's still in my opinion, still one of the best ever made. Partly because like the focus on story is so strong and the characters are really well fleshed out, and some very creative use of the idea of not just time travel, but like the ripple effect of time travel and the changes that can be made. Fantastic series. Highly recommend watching it. On the other end, we also have Sonic Origins, which is one we played for the Supersonic Let's Play. And this is the compilation. It's essentially the compilation of the HD... was it specifically for mobile? Did Steam get them also? It's essentially the HD ports of Sonic 1, Sonic CD, and Sonic 2, along with a brand new HD port of Sonic 3 and Knuckles as well. And what made this a little awkward, so I believe all of the HD ports were made by Headcanon, and, Whitehead and Tomley and all of that. But this time around, so because one CD and 2 were made not really for the consoles in this way, if I recall correctly. So the compilation was handled by Sega themselves. Headcanon and all that, they worked on the Sonic 3 port, which included notably the prototype music, not the final music. And what I mean by that is, so if you've seen on the channel, or if you've heard elsewhere, the Michael Jackson credited tracks, Michael Jackson uncredited tracks, there's more to that story, but we'll just stick with calling it Michael Jackson for now. For Carnival Night Zone, Ice Cap Zone, Launch Base Zone, and the mini boss fight, as well as the Sonic 3 credits. All of those, minus, I think you can play Sonic 3 without Sonic and Knuckles included. I don't remember actually off the top of my head. But the other 3 zones instead used the unfinished prototype music. So it's so weird how the timeline of this, because there was prototype music, and then Michael Jackson's team came in and made tracks for 3 of the 6 zones in Sonic 3, along with a few other things. And then when Sonic and Knuckles Collection for PC came out, the tracks were reverted back to the prototype ones, and everything was kind of in flux for a little bit. And for Sonic Knuckles Collection, this would have been MIDIs, not like, so it's not even like standard Genesis sound fonts. But for Sonic Origins, essentially they took the unfinished prototypes and they finished them with, I believe, Jun Senoway coming in to clean them up and finish them. They sound okay. I mean, they don't sound horrific, but they definitely don't even sound as good as the other Sonic 3 and Knuckles tracks. And this is including, like, I'm not a big fan of the Sandopolis Zone theme or, like, Marble Garden. You know, I'm not a huge fan of those. Those sound better, I think, than the 3 prototype tracks. And Headcanon and Crew and all of that were kept away from the overall compilation, so there's awkwardness there. There's some weirdness to it. I mean, I appreciate that it's all in one collection now, but I really dislike how Sonic Team and Sega mess around with these games. Like, the Steam and iOS versions of these games all got delisted as a result of Origins coming out. So now Origins is the de facto only way to get these games. And it's just like a little bit weird. It was nice to replay classic games with very, very minor differences for the most part. But yeah, it was kind of an odd little nostalgic trip. But yeah, so Chrono Trigger versus Sonic Origins. Then after that, we have Mega Man X Dive versus Orcs Must Die 3. Mega Man X Dive. So this will be one of the stranger ones on the list because we played this as part of the closed beta test. I think we also recorded it on, I don't remember if we recorded it on someone's Android phone or if we did it through like a BlueStacks type situation to get a clean record. I think we did it through someone's phone. Might have even been Sarah's, actually. And the premise of the game is it's actually extremely similar to Mega Man Extreme 1 and 2. There's a database called the Deep Log that's got essentially like memories of events that have happened in the Mega Man franchise, and you have to go into this and fight stuff, but there's memory faults and things, which means that data is corrupted in weird ways. So during the tutorial, you're brought to the Central Highway stage from the beginning of Mega Man X, but after a short while, Mao the Giant, who I think is the intro stage boss from X3, shows up and attacks you there, even though he's not supposed to be part of that stage. And that's kind of the general vibe that I've understood for Mega Man X Dive, is that it's sort of a mix and match of a bunch of different Mega Man games from one stage to the next. It's got like gacha type elements. You know, you get new weapons and you try to get rare and powerful ones and that sort of thing. It's not really my type of game, if I'm being real with you. And the controls were kind of strange as well. What makes it so weird is that closed beta test is the only time we've played Mega Man X Dive, and while there is a plan to return to the world of Mega Man X Dive, it's gonna be in a different format because the online version no longer exists, but Mega Man X Dive offline does, but it's like handled in a different way, is my understanding. Like the gacha elements are changed and all of that stuff. The like online leaderboard type stuff is all gone, I believe. So like it's going to be a different experience when we do get back around to that. But yeah, so that was, I don't know. It's essentially, it's them doing Mega Man crossover again, kinda. It really is very similar to the main difference being in crossover, you played as a different like Mega Man character. But in this one, you're playing, I forget if you're playing as X or if you're just playing as yourself and using the memory of X, like the data memory of X, in order to do stuff. Rico seems cool, though, as a character. Orcs Must Die 3. I don't know a lot about this one at all, but this is a game that Dave streamed. I think it was just a single stream. It's got a graphical style, like, kind of similar to Fortnite. It appears to be a tower defense type game where you're trying to protect your home base from orcs to some degree or another. You set up traps. You can go attack them directly. Just a couple hours of gameplay on that, so it's not anything like huge or anything. So if you are unfamiliar with that, like I am, you can click on the attachments and check out Orcs Must Die 3. But so Mega Man X Dive versus Orcs Must Die 3. Following that up, we have Double Dragon 2: The Revenge versus Shadow Squadron. Double Dragon 2: The Revenge. So I grew up, I didn't play it a ton, but I had Double Dragon 3 as my like go-to Double Dragon game. So this one's a little earlier, a little simpler than that. It is a Double Dragon game on the NES. I believe it was myself and Jeff playing this one. Tough game, weird game. You fight like this giant bulldozer tank thing at one point. It's kind of hard to describe a Double Dragon game, isn't it? You play as, I believe you're playing as Billy and Jimmy Lee as you take down goons of various forms. It's a side-scrolling beat-em-up type game, so like if you're familiar with literally any of them, Double Dragon is one of the like forebears of that genre. Played it for a while. We got like 6 missions in, I believe, before we finally like lost. I think Jeff died and I only had 1 life left, so I lasted like maybe 1 more minute before we finally, died, and we're like, all right, well, that's it. On the Shadow Squadron side, so Double Dragon 2, by the way, we played as part of the NES Classic Edition. Shadow Squadron was one we did for the complete 32X. This one, God, it feels like sort of a knockoff Star Fox in some ways. First person space shooter, early like almost vector style 3D graphics, very Star Fox level of blockiness with that, and everything just felt kind of slow. There wasn't a ton going on there. You're breaking apart ships and trying to shoot them, and it was just kind of a tough and not very interesting game in my opinion. It was just the one video. It was just Sarah and myself, so like both of these I think were just one video, so if you haven't seen them, then you can check out the links in the attachments. But yeah, it was a bit of a bummer. I'm also just not a huge fan of space shooter type games in 3D. Something about them just never really clicks for me, but I don't know. Both of these were kind of odd ones, but yeah, Double Dragon 2, The Revenge versus Shadow Squadron. All right, next up we have Punch-Out versus The Legend of Zelda, the Hyrule Fantasy. Punch-Out is a game we played for the NES Classic Edition. It is the rebranded, so it's like the second, it's the second revision essentially of the NES Punch-Out game. Originally Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. There was also the arcade, I think the arcade game came first, and then the NES game. And then there was a second arcade game, which is where the wireframe Little Mac comes from. And then there was Super Punch-Out for the Super Nintendo. And then way later on, there was Punch-Out on the Wii. This one is sort of a reaction-based boxing game. Like, you can't freely move around the ring. You can kind of duck and weave, and you can block high and low. And you can punch high or low, and you can do some, like, you can kind of do like a hook if you like swing to the side and then punch, or if you go down then up, you can kind of uppercut and do certain things. And the idea of the game is you're essentially learning your opponent's sort of move sets, really, not just their attacks, but the way that they defend against you also. And the idea really boils down to just, it's not quite memorization, though the speedrun community for Punch-Out, it is very much memorization, because you kind of lock them more or less directly into their various move sets in order to minimize the time there. I think for a while, Summoning Salt was the speedrun champion for Punch-Out. I don't know if that's still the case, but regardless. It's a fun game. It's a tough one. You have to work through various circuits going up the ladder and fighting these guys, and sometimes you do rematches in later circuits, and they're much tougher. Pretty good game. I'm a Little Mac main in Smash Ultimate, so I'm a big fan of Little Mac as a character. We didn't play it for very long. I think it was just the one NES Classic Edition episode. But it was a fun time. I think we played until King Hippo absolutely wrecked my shit. On the other side, we have The Legend of Zelda, the Hyrule Fantasy. I think the board game is specifically just the Hyrule Fantasy, but we have that as the full title. This is one we played through Tabletop Simulator. It was myself, Dave, Evil Hippie, and Chewbacca, I believe. And it's essentially a board game version of the original NES Zelda. As you move, you flip cards to determine like what enemies you're up against and handling dungeons and that sort of thing. It was a fun little game. We played for a couple hours. Something seems to have gone wrong on the VOD side, so it's very, very quiet. Maybe when we get around to the unpaused version, I'll fix that because it's a little jarring how quiet it actually is. I had to use an audio booster, and I did not notice that before. But yeah, it's a cute game. It's hard to translate video games to other media. So I appreciate when a game is able to at least approach it and do something with it. And this one does at least something pretty interesting, I think. So yeah, Punch-Out versus The Legend of Zelda, the Hyrule Fantasy. After that, we have Kingdom Hearts Re-Chain of Memories versus Ski Free. Chain of Memories. So this was the remake of Chain of Memories, and it's rare to be able to directly refer to a Kingdom Hearts game as a remake, because most of them are just remasters to one degree or another. If even that, sometimes they're just straight up ports. This is a full-on remake because the original Chain of Memories was a Game Boy Advance game, isometric, sprite-based. Re-Chain of Memories is a fully reimagined version of the game, done up in essentially the Kingdom Hearts 2 engine with obviously some tweaks to make sense for the gameplay of Chain of Memories. But this was part of the 1.5 HD remix collection. I'm not a huge fan of this one. It's actually one of my least favorite of all of the Kingdom Hearts games. It might even be my least favorite. The card mechanic I find very annoying. Even more so, it's already annoying enough when you play as Sora and you're very limited and you have to kind of like slowly build out your ability to have attack cards that you want to use. On Riku's side, you are fully nailed down with a specific preset deck, and you can't do anything other than level up to make your attack better, among other things, but you can't change your deck at all, which is painful in some areas because it means that bosses can be designed specifically to fuck with your deck, which is annoying. It's a fairly tedious game, in my opinion. And yeah, that's kind of all I've got. It's just a very tedious game. It does an okay job of explaining what happened between Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 for Sora and for Riku, but I wasn't a big fan of it. This is one that I streamed, and this is one that was streamed before this was officially part of the Heartless Let's Play. Before I started it, the plan was ultimately for the Heartless Let's Play to be announced, so like it was secretly the first game of it, where we also retroactively included Kingdom Hearts Final Mix into that. But yeah, it was an odd experience doing that. We've done a few streamed games for Kingdom Hearts. I think most of the others have gone better than Chain of Memories, but that's neither here nor there. On the other side, we have Ski Free. So this was a game that we played for the second games. I believe it was actually the first event for alpine skiing, I believe. And our 4 competitors had to ski down the mountain, try to do as many tricks as they could to get style points. And then once they reached a certain distance and the Yeti or the Abominable Snowman, what have you, is activated, they got I think it was 10 points for every additional meter, and also 10 points for every second that they managed to last. I think was the idea. Or maybe it was time left. I'm trying to remember how it worked. But I had a scoring system put together for it. And who was that? I think it was Sarah, Lindsay, Peter, and John for that. And we had Jeff doing the commentary. It was a great opening for the games. I think it was a great way to kind of set the stage for all of that with like a wacky, wintry, weird scored kind of thing. And yeah, so it's just the one video, as all of the games events are. So Kingdom Hearts Re-Chain of Memories versus Ski Free. All right, then we have Persona 3 FES versus GTFO. Got a lot of capital letters for this one. So Persona 3 FES. This was a game that I played. Oh boy, I started it in either 2018, 2019, and I finished it in early 2020. which was a really rough time because in 2018, 2019, I definitely had a bit of a depression situation going on, and this game did not help. More so the fact that the final stream of the main game, I believe I played the week after the COVID lockdowns started. So if you're familiar with how Persona 3 Fest ends, that's a pretty messed up way to be going into the pandemic. It was a great game. It was my first Persona game. I did not know a lot about Persona going in. There were some quality of life things I didn't love about Persona 3 Fest that my understanding is have been greatly fixed as of Persona 3 Reload, I think is the name of the remake that it recently got. Where a lot of the sensibilities of Persona 5 have been added into the mix, which is great because stuff like fusions were a real pain in the ass. We also played the Aegis episode, The Answer, as it was originally known. Following that, which that was an interesting way of doing that, where like rather than a more linear progression of stuff because of the time, they essentially made a DLC that was a roguelike version of Persona 3, sort of. Randomly generated levels, and you had to just advance as far as you could. I mean, the levels were already randomly generated anyway, minus like boss levels and things in Tartarus. But for this one, you know, everything was randomized other than the boss fights. And when you ran out of the ability to keep moving, you would return to the surface, and, you know, rest and then start over again. Really, really good game. I do think I like Persona 4 better, but I think some of that may also be because of the quality of life updates that it got between there. I also do just generally like the story of Persona 4, I think, a little bit better than 3. Yeah. I think it's kind of interesting how they do all of that. 3 is a little bit tangled in itself at times, I think. And I think 4 does 3 also pulls some wild shit out of completely nowhere. It is funny, the stakes between 3 and 4 feel completely different from one another. 3 is like you're fighting for the fate of the planet. 4 is like, this town and maybe a chunk of Japan may be in trouble. With the implication that it could get worse and spread, but still, just like, good game, though. Good game. GTFO, I don't know a lot about this one. This is one that Dave streamed with his crew. And this one it seems to be a prison break. It's like a prison break game that fuses like Left 4 Dead and, I don't know, the Alien franchise. Like, you're trying to escape from this hyper futuristic lockdown and aliens have attacked. So you're like dealing with that at the same time. It looked pretty goddamn hard. They only did 2 streams of it before moving on from it. So there's not a ton there if you wanted to check it out. I don't know a lot about it, so I can't really speak to it. So I would recommend at least flipping through there. Persona 3 Fest versus GTFO. I have the world's most insane cowlick going on, and it refuses to be wrangled. God damn, that is weird. That's really weird. Anyway, next up we have Dragon Quest XI Echoes of an Elusive Age versus Virtual Boy Wario Land. Dragon Quest XI. So I think this might have actually been the first Dragon Quest game we played on the channel, which is wild because I grew up with Dragon Warrior on the NES, which I tried to stream once and failed because of technical issues. And Dragon Quest III is one of my favorite video games, period. And Dragon Quest V is also really high up there as well. 4 I enjoyed generally. 2 is like fine, not really my favorite. And I haven't gotten far enough into 6 or 8 to be able to say more about them, and I haven't played 7 or 9 or 10. But Dragon Quest XI was sort of the expansion of the franchise into what was becoming the new trend for RPGs, which was a more open world, like literally open world type exploration with free roaming monsters. Pokemon had been experimenting with this around the same time with like Sword and Shield, and definitely with Scarlet and Violet later on. Other RPG series had kind of been doing this too. And it was a different sort of flavor for a franchise that really had played very, very similarly from 3 onward. If you're picking up a Dragon Quest game, you generally know exactly what you're getting out of that. Fun story, very interesting way of presenting it. You've even got this like somewhat devastating time travel situation going on as a post game. It really is rough to beat the game and then have your characters be like, hey, we did it, but at what cost? And then the post game is like, hey, by the way, psych, you want to go undo that? And it's like, whoa, okay. But at what cost? Because one of your party members loses a considerable amount of character development that she never gets back. And that honestly bothers me a lot. It really bums me out that she reverts after how much she grew because of the events that they choose to undo. But it does mean actually taking down the real bad guy of the whole situation. So, you know, and the premise here being that the real bad guy in the original ending of the game, the real bad guy was just going to reset the cycle again, not literally time travel wise, but like was just going to do this thing again in another couple hundred years. But because of the way you approach things when you go back in time, it ramps things up in a way where he decides, I'm just going to come fucking kill everybody. And so now you've got a bigger threat you have to deal with. But solid game, really, really great time. I have not played the 3DS version that has like the retro aesthetic or the retro, like we're going to go back in time and not even back in time, we're going to go back to other Dragon Quest games and do little mini scenarios there, which is cute, but I didn't want to play through the whole game again to do that. So, on the flip side, we have Virtual Boy Wario Land, which is one of my very favorite video games. Dragon Quest XI is also quite good. And by the way, the stinger at the end, leaning in to the fact that it's a distant prequel to Dragon Quest III, I thought was really cool, especially now that we have 3 HD 2D and 1 and 2 HD 2D. Virtual Boy Wario Land is one that I've sworn by my entire life. I tell people Virtual Boy Wario Land is the best game on the Virtual Boy, and people go, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I then tell people Virtual Boy Wario Land is the best Wario game, and they're like, no, come on. And then they play it, and they're like, all right, fair enough. It's basically just a super juiced up version of Wario Land 1. It doesn't have a Mario 3 type like world map branching path thing. It is a linear progression of levels. But there's a lot of exploration to be had. The game makes a great use of the depth, like the 3D stereoscopic 3D depth effects that the game can do. Usually it's in the background, but I think at one point it does actually do a third layer in there. I think hidden treasures in each level you have to find. There's also like stuff I usually don't talk about with games, but I should more. The sound effects and the music are really, really good. I really, really like the sound design of Virtual Boy Wario Land. I think it's fantastic. And it's a wonderful game. I would highly, highly, highly recommend play it on the Nintendo Classics right now for the Virtual Boy. It's absolutely worth your time. I played it as part of Super Mario Wario-thon. I think between Wario Land 1 and 2. It might have been between 2 and 3. I'm trying to remember exactly. But yeah, it was an awesome game. There's actually 2 versions of the game. I think I linked to the playlist on here. I might not have, but there's 2 different uploads. One that uploads it, I forget which eye I use for it, but it's either the left or the right eye gameplay, and it just displays that. The second one is the result of me screwing around with and experimenting, because YouTube does support 3D videos. So I made a version of the Virtual Boy Wario Land stream that does upload the 3D version of the game. Like, it has both, like, it's got 2 video outputs, and then YouTube then does a crazy thing to it that makes it so that if you're wearing 3D glasses, like YouTube can't do stereoscopic 3D because there's no way for them to do that. But if you're wearing 3D glasses of some kind, then you would be able to see the whole thing in 3D. I think I might have even made my own overlay 3D as well, so it kind of pops out of the screen. It was a lot of fun to mess with that. I would love a good excuse to do that again. Dragon Quest XI Echoes of an Elusive Age versus Virtual Boy Wario Land. After that, we have Sekiro Shadows Die Twice versus FIFA Soccer 96. So Sekiro, this was a game that John streamed, I think while he was out in California. Ian was on for a chunk of it as well. And this was, I want to say it was a FromSoft game, I think, set in like feudal Japan. I tuned in for a little bit of this. It was just the one stream, but John was very interested in checking it out. I think I was in there for a good chunk of when he was fighting the Chained Ogre, because that one was giving him some trouble. It's early in the game. You're still kind of figuring out the mechanics, but yeah, it was just the one stream. There's not a lot to say about it. It's always easier for me to talk about the ones that I'm actually involved in directly, which is my own bias, I guess. But it was still an interesting stream to check out. The chat was trying to help him out with stuff. It's a game that I would love to check out in full at some point. I would love to get more into FromSoft games just to explore them a little bit. On the other side, we have FIFA Soccer 96, which is a game we played for the complete 32X, and it's a sports game. There's not a lot to say. It is a game where the field appears to be getting rendered in 3D, and the players are still sprites that are like that. You have like slightly rotated sprites that you use for various things, depending on the direction you're facing. But yeah, I mean, it's a soccer game for the 32X. Sarah and I were there for that one. There's not a ton to say about that one because it's a sports game on these things. But Sekiro Shadows Die Twice versus FIFA Soccer 96. Okay, now it's time to face off 2 games that were an exercise in frustration. We have Kirby Air Ride versus Halo 2 Anniversary. Oh boy. Okay, so Kirby Air Ride. I famously am not a fan of Kirby Air Ride. I have been enjoying Kirby Air Riders more. I will say that. Some of that might just be that Kirby Air Ride makes me nauseous. It straight up makes me like sick in the stomach, like motion sick. It's bad. When we first played it for the Dreamy Let's Play, the goal was we just have to see the credits once. So I don't remember which mode it was. I think it was the Air Ride mode. We played through all 3 for a little bit, but I think for the Air Ride mode, we went through and got 100 achievements or whatever, and that unlocked the credits, and then we were good. Then I came back for the Nightmare streams. Oh boy, was that stuff hard. A lot of extremely difficult challenges. I believe in the end, I did successfully finish all of the challenges without the hammers. There were a few that we used hammers on in the original run for the Dreamy Let's Play, but for the Nightmare streams, I believe I went back and actually did complete the stuff we used hammers for. I think. That shit was hard as hell. And there were some things that we just literally needed to burn time. So in some cases, we were playing Jackbox games on the side. Like, that was where things were at. So, a very unique series, we'll put it that way. On the other side, we have Halo 2 Anniversary. Easily one of the worst titles I've ever heard. And this is one that we did for, I believe, the 𝗙𝗛𝗏𝗧𝗔𝗣𝗧's 11th anniversary stream. And this is one where Jeff and Dave decided that they were going to complete Halo 2 Anniversary from, I think it was like the Master Chief Collection or something. They were going to complete it co-op on Legendary difficulty, and they were planning to do this in under 6 hours. There was one stage where they got pinned down for like 2 or 3 hours, after which I think they did lower the difficulty to be able to get through at least more of the game. I don't think they finished because we were in there for a long time and we were actively like running overtime by several hours by the end. But we have debated the possibility of them trying that again on a lower difficulty from the start. But the thing that really caught them off guard, because this is not the case for the Halo 1 and 3 re-releases, for Halo 2 specifically, if one of the two players dies, then the whole thing resets. Apparently for 1 and 3, or maybe it's for a lower difficulty on 2, I don't remember which, you can have one of your players die and the other one can keep going until they die. But they reached a point where one of them hit a checkpoint where they were about to go up against a bunch of was it the Convent? No, that's Halo. That's Half-Life. A Combine, not Convent. Jesus Christ. I don't remember what the enemies from Halo were called. Anyway, one of them was further ahead, hit a checkpoint, and was confronted almost immediately by a bunch of dudes. And the other was, so when the checkpoints happen, it just kind of records wherever you are. And the other was like pinned further back in the level in a spot where literally moving at all meant immediately going out against enemies. So they were pinned down in like literally one spot for well over an hour, I think. It was a rough go, not like in the sense that it was a difficult game that they were trying to like sort out on the fly there. But yeah, so Kirby Air Ride versus Halo 2 Anniversary. All right, next up we have Wrecking Balls Arena versus QWOP. Wrecking Balls Arena is a game we played for Ouya Ono. It has this like cool like marker on paper sort of aesthetic. I think literally whoever designed the game drew out the sprites they wanted on paper with markers and then like took pictures and then cropped that out to use as sprites. It gives it a pretty unique aesthetic, which I think is pretty cool. The gameplay itself, though, leaves a bit to be desired. It's a 4-player battle game where each player, and you can have computer players in there as well, has 4 little spherical or circular dudes who attack each other and try to knock each other out. Occasionally there are like weapons and things that'll drop that you can grab. It's not very deep gameplay. It might have been a game that was made for a game jam. It wouldn't surprise me based off of just like the vibe. Didn't get a lot of mileage out of us, to be super honest. On the flip side, we have QWOP, which was part of the first games. I want to say this was the 100-meter dash. This was one where it was myself, Ian, Dave, and I think Lindsay competing in a game of QWOP where everyone had 15 minutes to get as far as you could along the track. Whoever reached 100 meters fastest or got the furthest in that time would be the winner. And the most notable thing about this, aside from just it's hilarious to watch people do 15 minutes of QWOP, is we got so from Mega Man Fully Charged, we had voice actors Ian Hanlon and Katie Bairstow doing the commentary for this event, which they were so fucking perfect for this. When I asked them, like, I gave them the full list of the games and was like, hey, are any of these something you'd be interested in doing? They specifically were like, we want to do the weird ones. Whatever the weirdest events are, we want in on that. So they did both. They did both QWOP as well as Pong. And honestly, they fucking crushed it. It was really, really good. I'm hoping to be able to get them back for the third games when that's finally ready. They were a delight. It's always great to have them on for something. And yeah, it was honestly a pretty tense race. The race for second and third in particular was extremely tight. So there was actually a lot to talk about commentary wise, but yeah, so Wrecking Balls Arena versus QWOP. Okay, so next up we have Super Smash Bros. Brawl versus Romance of the Three Kingdoms 4 Wall of Fire. So Smash Bros. Brawl, a game that needs no introduction. This is one that we played in chunks, essentially. We played it in the Dreamy Let's Play when it was next in line. And the main reason... So we played the Subspace Emissary and then paused because Smash Brothers Ultimate came out while we were in the middle of it. And we didn't know how much longer the main Let's Play of Brawl was going to take. So we figured it'd probably make more sense to break it at finishing the Subspace Emissary, then jump into Ultimate, jump back to it. So we did eventually continue on that. And I want to say our usual metric for completion as far as the Let's Play for the Dreamy Let's Play goes was to have everything be unlocked. All of the fighters, all of the stages, and usually there would be like either a credits or an item switch or something like that. That once that was unlocked, we're like, okay, we have successfully beaten the game. At the time, the Nightmare streams were not an idea, but much, much later on, I came back around to Brawl as part of the Nightmare and the Dreamy Let's Play streams, and that was an experience. Holy cow. So I'm at a bit of a disadvantage with talking about this because only one of the Nightmare streams is live right now because I need to actually... So part of the problem has been I've had so many backlogged VODs from streams that I need to catch up on. They're caught up again. Minus Escape the Backrooms, the 90-minute Nails ones, which we need to film some intros for, which is coming soon, actually. And Brawl, I guess, is basically it. There's a Majora's Mask randomizer race that I'm doing some like heavier editing for, so that'll come out when that's ready. But now that the VODs are, broadly speaking, no longer in backlog, I can focus on this again. So because we have our Getting Smashed series that goes along with these, I've got some recipes ready to go. I just have to actually acquire my stuff and film them. But the Brawl streams went on for so long. I am almost 100% certain that this game ultimately went on for more than 100 hours. Jesus Christ. This shit was hard, man. And it's not even like, oh, there's so much to do, it's so tedious, which like some parts of it were. And that's going to continue with Smash 3DS, Smash Wii U, and Smash Ultimate, where there's just like a high volume of things to do, even if they're not necessarily super hard. But then the problems came in where it's like, okay, you need to beat All-Star mode on the hardest difficulty. Or sorry, the... What was the boss rush called? I think it was just called Boss Battles. You have to at least once do it on the hardest difficulty level. That shit took forever. There was also what was the other big one? There was trophies, which included the boss trophies. That one actually was not as hard as I was expecting that to be. It was hard, to be clear, but it could have been a lot harder. God, there was one more thing that was like borderline impossible. And there was also just general trophy collection. At the end, famously, we spent like 2-3 streams just trying to get like 2 trophies. And a good 1 or 2 of those streams were almost entirely focused on collecting coins to then use on the trophy game to try and get Tingle specifically. It was a wild fucking ride. The streams will probably not be started in VOD by the time voting for this ends on the 14th. I did extend it a week because obviously this is crazy late. All my travel stuff is over now until October. So literally as soon as this is done editing, I'm working on the next video so it can go up on time. But crazy, crazy time. And I hope you guys do enjoy the VODs when they do go up because holy fuck. After that, we have, and I feel so bad for this game, Romance of the Three Kingdoms 4 Wall of Fire, which was a game we played for the Complete 32X. It was Sarah and I playing, and the game was entirely in Japanese. There is an English version of the game, like, because it wasn't exclusive to the 32X, but there is an English version of the game, but the English version was not released on the 32X. So in our quest to play every 32X game, this one we straight up could not understand, which as it turns out is really hard if you're playing a tactical RPG of any sort, especially a historically driven RPG with a shitload of text. So we got basically nowhere into it. This is one of the few matchups that feels just like, all right, just shuffle them into the next round. But Super Smash Bros. Brawl versus Romance of the Three Kingdoms 4 Wall of Fire. Kind of weird that the 32X had two different games with the subtitle Blank of Fire. All right, after that, we have Ninja Gaiden versus Resident Evil The Dark Side Chronicles. Ninja Gaiden is a game we played for the NES Classic Edition. I think this was just Sarah and I playing this one, and Ninja Gaiden is one of those games that kind of doesn't need an introduction. It's a very popular, famous game. Hard action platformer. I think the dogs kept fucking us up more than anything. And yeah, hack and slash, side-scrolling, kind of beat 'em up-y. And a lot of tricksy platforming and like triangle jump type stuff. Very challenging. It was a very short episode. I don't remember why it was so short, because like we could have done a second run and made it out to a full thing. So I don't really know what happened there. I don't recall anyway. But short episode, very easy to watch if you have not seen that one so far. We also have Resident Evil: The Dark Side Chronicles. So this is the second Chronicles game. And in this one, it's essentially sort of kind of a prequel to Resident Evil 4, because it features Leon as well as Krauser as your playable characters. And you definitely get a sense of Krauser being a not great dude, and it helps inform Resident Evil 4 pretty well. But it makes it funny that if you play Resident Evil 4 but not this game, you just have no fucking clue who this Krauser guy is and why he's such a colossal dickbag as you go into all of it. But it was an interesting one. I think this is where... Is that the one where Las Plagas is a thing? I'm trying to remember. But yeah, it was... That might have been also the game with the twins. I might also be mixing this up with Umbrella Chronicles, but yeah, part of Let's Play Dead. The Chronicles games are always just so interesting. They do kind of live in their own sort of space, but I believe for a while Resident Evil Village was going to be a Chronicles game, and then they decided against it, I think was the idea. They decided to just turn that into a full-blown experience, but I might be misremembering. I'm kind of just thinking on the fly here. Either way, Ninja Gaiden versus Resident Evil: The Dark Side Chronicles. Then after that, we have Spyro Reignited Trilogy versus Mario Party 2. Spyro Reignited Trilogy is one that we only played once. It was a very brief run. This was there was a demo for it at E3 when we went in 2018, and so John and I both got in line to play it. Whoever wasn't playing had the camera, and I think actually I'm trying to remember whether the phone was actually being held by the person who was running the I was gonna say booth. It wasn't really a booth. It was like when you walked into the convention center, it was just kind of there in like the front lobby in like this central podium like type thing, a very circular area, and you just kind of like got in line around it and then played. But it was neat. It was a remaster remake of. So it is a remaster remake of the entire original PS1 trilogy of Spyro games. We only checked out the very beginning of Spyro 1 for that. Looked really good. My biggest criticism of it is that like the graphics were so busy that it like was kind of hard to keep your focus on stuff. I don't know. They were really going for high fidelity whenever they could there. Maybe we'll play it at some point. It's not currently planned for what we're doing with Spyro right now because we're really focusing on the other games we haven't played yet. And the Reignited Trilogy is literally the 3 games we already played. So we're not really planning on doing that one, but maybe at some point down the line we'll give it a swing or something. I don't know. And then on the other side we have Mario Party 2. So this one we've played in 2 different contexts. One, we played it originally for the second games. We had the bobsled event, which we did with the penguin bobsledding mini game in that. I think we did it round robin style, where we paired up each competitor with each of their 3 opponents. So you were on a team with each of the other 3 once. We had Ian and Casey of Born Losers Gaming doing the commentary for it, which was a wonderful time, and I would really love to do more stuff with BLG. I'm trying to remember if this was around the time where we did the Sonic drink taste test thing, because they made a video for that I sent them a video for as part of their montage of other people trying it. We also, for Mario Party 2, has shown up in Mario Party Madness exclusively for 99 turn games. The first 2 99 turn games are both in Mario Party 2. These are like full day events. We do them on April 9th, the 99th day of the year, every year. I guess on every 4th year, it would be April 8th because of February. But so that's been a fun thing to do. The first one was in 2024, so we've done 3 of them so far. I think this year we did it in Mario Party 3. And it's been great we get like, each time we've gotten like 20 or more players for it that switch out over the course of the day. It's only gotten bigger each time. We've gotten some pretty, decently sized big folks for it. I say Clark has been the one organizing this. I've been a part of it. I was a player for the first one. I was a commentator for the entire event the second time. First time I commentated just like on my own stream anyway. The second time it was planned that I was going to be like for the event, one of the commentators for the full event. And then for the third one, I was actually a team captain for Team Daisy. And was also commentating for the whole event. But so we got some big names in there. Like the first time around, one of the OG Mario Party Madness folks was Some Call Me Johnny. And he's been there for at least the first 2. I'm trying to remember if he was also there for this year's game. I forget if he was able to make it or not. We also last year got Shay Frillis. You got Shay from Shay Frillis Productions. We had Claire from Proton John last year and this year. So it's been wild getting like all these people together for this. It's been a great time. We raised a lot of money for the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Clark comes up with for next year's 99 turn game. Spyro Reignited Trilogy versus Mario Party 2. After that, we have Acorn Assault versus Death's Door. Acorn Assault was a game we played for Ouya Ono, and I want to say it held on to the shit crown for quite a while. It was like the second game we played for Ouya Ono, and it was not good. The AI had tons of advantages. So it's a game, how to even describe this? It's a tile-based card game where, if you've played Inscription and you place your cards down and it creates like a monster in that row, that's essentially what this is also. You place down squirrels or you place down like barrels or other things and you attack straight across. The AI seemed to get crazy advantages all the time. There were bugs in the game that fucked up how things were supposed to work. And in general, it seemed like you're destined to lose from the get-go. And it's laggy, and it's framey, and it's just not good. It was a rough time. It held on to the shit crown for quite a while, if I recall correctly. It took a lot to be like, yeah, but is this game worse than Acorn Assault? We also had Death's Door. This was one that Dave streamed at one point. I think the idea here is that you're playing a corvid of some kind, a crow, raven, rook, what have you, who is a first day on the job reaper of some kind. And so you have to reap souls in order to open doors to go and reap more souls and that sort of thing. Charming aesthetic, got that minimalist kind of style to it with some like glowy things happening. Seemed like a pretty fun game. I don't know a lot about it. I believe Dave just did the one stream, and it was only for a handful of hours, so it'd be easy enough to go and check out little bits and pieces if you're not familiar with it. But Acorn Assault versus Death's Door. All right, after this, we have Sonic Pinball Party versus Star Wars Arcade. Both games that were predominantly myself and Jeff, I believe. Sonic Pinball Party. This is one we played for the Supersonic Let's Play, and then it later came up as part of, I think it came up as part of Sonic Weekathon. Yeah, Sonic Weekathon 4 Advance. This is another attempt by Sonic Team to make a pinball game starring Sonic. This time around, they're going a much more traditional route for pinball. Rather than Sonic being the pinball, it is a literal pinball game. Though it has some odd connotations considering like Tails and Eggman are characters on the pinball table. So I'm a little confused how that works. When you're playing the Sonic pinball tables, two interesting things. One, the tables are all the same. They're laid out exactly the same and have maybe minor differences in functionality, but they are exactly the same table every time. The other thing is this game features... So the tables are based off of the worlds, off the zones from Sonic Advance, and they use the music from Sonic Advance, with the single exception that the track they use for Neo Green Hill Zone is a different track very slightly from the Sonic Advance one, which is so strange to me. I don't know why they did that. Part of this, so story mode is a giant pain in the ass. We eventually got through it. And we also discovered that every single guide online is incorrect about how you go about reaching the Moon Zone. Or X Zone. I think it's the Moon Zone, though. Whatever the actual final table is. Some guides refer to a score total. Some of them refer to emeralds. It is, in fact, you need to have all of the emeralds, and you need to be above, I want to say, 150 million points. Nobody gets that right online. So our video is literally, apparently, the first time anyone's actually conclusively figured that shit out. So you're welcome. There's also Samba de Amigo. There's a Samba de Amigo table. There's a Knights table, but we didn't really mess around with those too much. Star Wars Arcade is a classic, actually, on the 32X. It is a space shooter, but it actually feels kind of nice. It's difficult. It's designed to be very difficult, but it actually does play quite a bit better than, like, Shadow Squadron. Not a huge amount to say on this one. We did it as a one-off for the complete 32X. And it was a nice time. We didn't get very far, but it was pretty. Actually, I say that, but I think we were doing the trench run in the Death Star at some point, so maybe we did get further. But yeah, so Sonic Pinball Party versus Star Wars Arcade. And last but not least, we have XCOM Enemy Within versus Tough Man Contest. XCOM Enemy Within is actually a game that Sarah streamed. She did XCOM as well as XCOM 2. Which, if you're not familiar, is a tactical RPG. You're facing off against an alien invasion. Slightly memed on for having some of the most literally unbelievable odds, like percentage odds in gaming, where you can be one tile away from someone, lift your gun, you're told that you've got a 98% chance of hitting. The gun can be literally intersecting with the model of your opponent, and you fire and it misses more than once, and you're like, I know. But yeah, Sarah played through that one. There's a whole series for that. We got her set up with like all of her streaming things for that. And she actually, I think, played XCOM as well for, I mean, it'll be a separate entry here, but it came back for, it might have been XCOM 2, came back for the 15th anniversary stream. It's been a while, as a randomizer too. And then on the other side, we have Tough Man Contest, a game we played for the complete 32X. This one is essentially, it's another boxing game in the general style of Punch-Out. This is the one where one random opponent just started like lightning fast hook to the head over and over again, knocking out half of our health in like a second and a half. It's also one where like the crowd features a lot of very strange and unique audience members, like a dude in a chef outfit with a full hat, guy with a very funny like fedora. There's lions on pedestals. Weird shit. It's the game that has was it Butterball on the cover art, who looks very much like King Hippo, who was the one who kicked my ass in Punch-Out. So it all comes full circle with XCOM Enemy Within versus Tough Man Contest. Well, there you have it. Those are our competitors for the 5th heat of the first round of the Grand Champion Tournament. Obviously, this video took way the fuck longer than it was supposed to come out. I'm so sorry. I am now no longer traveling. For the next couple months, I'm not traveling. And then I have like 1, maybe 2 trips in October. And that's going to be it till December. So like, I'm not going anywhere. These things will be going way better coming forward. Like I said earlier, once I'm done with this, I'm literally immediately starting on the 6th heat video. So if you want to vote on these, you want to head to challenge.com/grand_champion_3. The second half of the matches for that, we're going to vote on later this month. You have until August 14th at 12 p.m. Eastern. So that's next Friday. I'm giving you, it's going to be about a week and a half, maybe a little under at this point. I'm doing the best I can. I put an extra week on it, and the next one's going to be just 2 weeks, but I'm going to make sure it's out on time for that. And it will be finally on time again after that. It'll be great. It'll be wonderful. Thank you guys very, very much for hanging with me on this. Any other things? Oh, if you haven't yet done so, the final bracket, the 4th and final bracket, is still up for predictions. Get your predictions in at challenge.com/grand_champion_4, where you can vote, where you can place your predictions for the 4th and final of the brackets. The deadline for that is Friday, August 28th, the end of this month. You have a little over 3 weeks from the time you see this video to get those in. I will remind people, I will ping people on Discord. I will do what I have to because I want to make sure people can get in on this. But please go and look. I will make sure that all of those have their attachments very soon if they don't already. In fact, let me double check this right now. Do they currently have their a playlist attached? They don't, so I will add those. So if you're not familiar with those, give me a couple days and that'll be good. But in the meantime, go place your votes at _3. Go place your predictions at _4. And I cannot wait to see what you guys think of the remaining matchups. Thank you guys so much, and I'll see you next time. Bye.